The House come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Will the House and gallery please rise for the invocation that will be offered by the chaplain?
Heavenly Father, from whom all goodness flows, you have blessed and sanctified work so that we, your creation, may participate in some small way in your never-ending creative design and bring about the goodness that you desire on this earth. At the beginning of this new month, may we remember why you have placed us here, both on earth and in these positions. Grant us diligence in our duties, a lively concern for those whom we serve, and a deep respect for all those we work with, always tending towards you, our source and our end. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Terry Wilson of Burnett County to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty. Honor the Texas flag. One state, under God, one and indivisible.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Dr. Lalani because of important business in the district. The motion of Ms. Perez. Please excuse Ms. Ordaz because of important business in the district. The motion of Ms. Morales and Maverick. Please excuse Ms. Theory because of an emergency in the family. On the motion of Mr. Harrison, the objection chair hears none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 349, SB 1008, SB 1055, SCR 28.
Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading of the referral bills until the end of today's calendar. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have several memorial resolutions. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Mr. Bales for a memorial recognition.
Members, this weekend there was a tragic act of violence that took the lives of 5 people in the county I call home. In the late hours of Friday, April the 28th, a gunman opened fire on his neighbors just outside of Cleveland, Texas. My heart goes out to the families of the victims, with the countless law enforcement professionals who are working still to bring this perpetrator to justice. To my community, I share your hurt and I share your anger. Any words that I say at this podium seem empty and insufficient. So please join me in a moment of silence in remembrance of Sonia Argentina Guzman, age 25, Diana Velasquez Alvarado, age 21, Jolisa Molina Rivera, age 31, Jose Jonathan Casares, age 18, and Daniel Enrique Lazo, age 8. Let's have a moment of silence for their memory.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Members, please take your seats. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk read the caption.
H.R. 542 by Johnson of Dallas in memory of Officer Stephen Robert Notham II of the Carrollton Police Department.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm here today with my fellow Carrollton colleagues to honor the life and service of Officer Stephen Robert Notham. This is of particular significance as this is the first in the line of duty death in the Carrollton Police Department. On October 18th of 2022, Officer Notham was assisting an investigation when a squad car was struck by another vehicle. His passing has been a tremendous loss to his family, fellow officers, and the Carrollton community. Officer Notham lived a life of service and dedication to others. Steve served in the U.S. Marine Corps for 8 years. Following his discharge, he earned a degree in criminal justice and joined the police academy. He served in the Grand Chute Police Department in Wisconsin for 4 years before moving to Texas and becoming a valued member of the Carrollton Police Department. Many have described Officer Notham as a defender of the underdog, our very own Captain America, but above all, a devoted and loving family man. Today, we are joined by some of those Steve cherished most on this earth. On the dais, we have Crystal Notham, Steve's wife, Samuel Notham, his oldest son, Sharon Notham, his mother, and Chief Roberto Arredondo, Jr., Chief of the Carrollton Police Department. Additionally, in the gallery, we are joined by the rest of Steve's children, Carter, Logan, and Sadie Notham, his father, Stephen, and stepmom, Peggy, as well as the Carrollton Police Department community who have become family, and I'd like you to stand to be recognized at this time. Officer Notham was admired for his integrity, compassion, and generosity. He embodied the highest ideals of his profession, and his heroism and sacrifice will be long remembered by all those whose lives he touched. Members, please join us today in thanking the Notham family and Carrollton PD for being here today. The loss of a loved one tends to stay with us, whether it looms large or grows smaller over time. I hope you will always feel the support of your community in the tough, dark times, and take comfort that Steve has left a lasting legacy directly reflected in Samuel, Carter, Logan, and Sadie. Thank you, members.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Ms. Click for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1281.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1281 by Click in memory of Dr. Bruce Jacobson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the resolution.
Thank you, members. Dr. Bruce Jacobson is somebody very, very important in our community. He passed away in January at the age of 96. Dr. Jacobson began his medical career as a residency at John Peter Smith Hospital in Fort Worth, and several of his partners opened a private medical clinic in my community, of which my family was provided lots of health care growing up as a child. Those same physicians later founded and formed Glenview Hospital, which was a godsend for our community to provide health care closer to home. As a youngster, I was a candy striper at Glenview, and I remember one summer when I was spending quite a bit of time at the hospital as a candy striper. I was helping out in surgery that day, and Dr. Jacobson was doing a surgical procedure, and he asked me if I'd ever seen surgery before, and at that point I had not. And he invited me in to watch the procedure he was doing, and even made the circulating nurse bring a stool over so that I could stand up and see inside. Dr. Jacobson was a natural teacher, and I remember that day so well because he would point out different places inside the abdomen that he was operating on and explain to me what it was I was looking at. And he knew that I was probably going to study nursing at some point in time, but he really inspired me in so many ways. In addition to forming Glenview Hospital, he also headed up the family residency program at John Peter Smith, trained many physicians, many of them that returned right to our community to practice today. His former wife, Pat, was kind of my political godmother. They were very good friends with President Ronald Reagan. And there were many times that I would go to events that they would have at their home with different political candidates. But shortly after I married and we had a son, there was an event that they invited me to that President Reagan was going to be at. And to this day, one of my most cherished memories of that is a picture of my then 18-month-old son being held by President Ronald Reagan. These were big-hearted people that did so much for our community. And this was a life well lived. He touched so many, and I hope that you can join me here today in expressing our condolences for his passing and being thankful for his contributions to the great state of Texas and our community. Thank you.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk read the caption.
H.R. 1061 by A. Johnson of Harris, commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Miller Outdoor Theater in Houston.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris.
Mr. Speaker and members, this year, the Miller Outdoor Theater celebrates its 100th anniversary as one of Houston's most iconic entertainment venues. If any of you all saw the Texans draft last week and saw the audience there to celebrate the second and third picks, that event was also at Miller Outdoor Theater. Dedicated in 1923, Miller Outdoor Theater quickly became a beloved gathering space for free performances, including amplified radio broadcasts of events such as the 1925 World Series and the 1927 World Heavyweight Boxing Championship. Miller Theater is a unique institution, offering an 8-month season of artistically excellent and culturally diverse entertainment that is free to the public. They are the largest always free program of its kind in the country. Over the past 100 years, the theater has hosted a wide range of notable performers, including Tejano superstar Selena, Tony Award winner Tommy Tune, Grammy Award-winning artist Little Joe in La Familia, and the Houston Chamber Choir, and many others. Today, we are joined on the floor by members of the Miller Outdoor Theater Board, Allison Green, Sissy Siegel Davis, and Sean Hauptman. We are also joined in the gallery by several other Miller Theater Advisory Board members. We welcome you all to your state capitol. Members, please join us in honoring Miller Outdoor Theater in its history as one of Houston's cultural treasures.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm honored to congratulate Mr. Alejandro Meade III, Alex, as we know him, of Mission, on his appointment to the Texas. Can you suspend the rules first? Oh, yes. I got ahead of myself, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to suspend the rules.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 675 by Guerra, congratulating Alejandro G. Alex Meade III of Mission on his appointment to the Texas Transportation Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I apologize for getting ahead of myself. I'm honored to congratulate Mr. Alejandro Meade III of Mission on his appointment to the Texas Transportation Commission on March 21st, 2023. Mr. Meade is here in the gallery today. With us, please stand up and be recognized by your House of Representatives. Thank you, Alex. We know you're going to do a great job for the state of Texas in the Rio Grande Valley. Mr. Meade holds a bachelor's degree in economics from St. Edward's University, master's degree in business administration from the University of Texas at Brownsville, and a master's degree in public administration from UT Pan American, which is now the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. He has served in the boards of the Board of Trade Allowance, the State of Texas Technical College System, and the Texas Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Meade currently serves as Executive Vice President of the Texas Regional Bank and previously led the Mission Economic Development Corporation as its Chief Executive Officer, as well as served as City Manager for the City of Pharr. Mr. Meade has upheld the highest standards of professionalism and commitment throughout his career and I know he will be an honorable commissioner at the Transportation Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolutions. Objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Meza for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that we suspend all necessary regulations and rules to take up in House Resolution number 1288. Thank you.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1288 by Meza, commending Daniela Nassar for her service as a legislative intern in the Office of State Representative Terry Meza.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm joined today by my staff in the gallery. If you'll please stand, along with Daniela Nassar. I want to take a brief moment to recognize one of our interns on her last day. She's served with distinction in my office, contributing her time, talents, and expertise to serve my district in House District 105. She's demonstrated outstanding professionalism, and we'll miss her greatly in the office. I want to wish her the best of luck as she finishes her semester at the University of Texas. I request the House take a moment to recognize Daniela's contributions and dedication to public service and wish her continued success in her future endeavors. Congratulations and best wishes, Daniela. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up and consider House Resolution 1313. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we're recognizing Lampasas Day at the State Capitol in commemoration of the 150th anniversary of the community's founding. Lampasas was founded in 1850 near Hancock Springs, a popular health resort at the time. The town grew to a center for agriculture and ranching and was also a stop on the Chisholm Trail, a major route for cattle drives in the late 1800s. During the Civil War, Lampasas was the site of several skirmishes and raids, and in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the town became a popular destination for tourists seeking the healing powers of the local springs. Today, Lampasas is a charming community with a historic downtown, several parks, and outdoor recreation areas. People of Lampasas are heirs to a rich and fascinating history. At this time, I'd like to welcome the group from Lampasas that's here today. In particular, I'd like to give a special shout out to Lampasas City Mayor T.J. Monroe, City Manager Finley DeGraffenreid, City Council members Herb Pierce and Kathy Keeney, and the President of the Lampasas County Museum and Lampasas Historical Commission, Boyce Cabinets. I'd ask them to please stand. Members, please join me and welcome them to their state capitol.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1342.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1342 by Goodwin, recognizing May 2023 as Water Safety Month.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I ask you to join with me on this first day of May to recognize the month of May as Water Safety Month. As we approach summertime, it's vital that we remind ourselves, our families, and our communities to exercise caution when around water. In our great state of Texas, we are fortunate to have numerous lakes, rivers, beaches, swimming pools, and water parks, which offer much needed respite from the heat. However, we must also be aware of the dangers that can arise from any activity involving water. Last year, 76 children in Texas tragically lost their lives to drowning accidents. Drowning is the leading cause of accidental death for children under the age of 5, and it can occur in almost any amount of water. For every child who dies from drowning, another 7 receive emergency department care for non-fatal submersion injuries. Nearly 40% of drownings treated in emergency departments require hospitalization. These non-fatal drowning injuries can cause severe brain damage that may result in long-term disabilities such as memory problems, learning disabilities, and permanent loss of basic functioning. Many of us have constituents who have lost loved ones to drowning accidents. I want to extend my gratitude to the families and friends of Katy de la Pena and Colin Holst, who have spent extensive time working towards water safety awareness to ensure other families don't have the same tragic experience of losing a child to drowning. By raising awareness of ways that we can stay safe, such as learning swimming skills, wearing life jackets, and recognizing the signs of drowning, we can help ensure that more Texans and their families stay safe while they are enjoying water-based activities. I urge each of you to take this message to heart and spread awareness within your communities. On behalf of the Texas House of Representatives, let us recognize May 2023 as Water Safety Month and remember those we have lost, honor their memories, and work together to protect the lives of our fellow Texans. Thank you. I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Goodwin for bringing this resolution. Thank you, House, too. This past session, we passed a bill enabling homeowners to put fences around their pool even when it's in defiance of a homeowners association. We've got to continue to remind parents that this is the #1 cause of accidental deaths of our children. Thank you for bringing this.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niavi Criado for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on County Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on County Affairs will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Land and Resource Management to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14 in the Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Land and Resource Management will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Elections in a public hearing on Thursday, May 4th at 8 a.m. in room E2.016 to consider SB 1807 by Springer relating to the unlawful altering of election procedures, providing a civil penalty.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on General Investigating to meet while the House is in session for the remainder of the session.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which SB 1509 was finally passed.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1509. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1509 by Huffman, relating to the service retirement eligibility and benefits of certain members of the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just makes the Senate bill match the House bill that was on the calendar. I move adoption.
Mr. Harris sent the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to close the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1509. All in favor say aye. Pardon me, this is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Ms. Click voting aye. Mr. Wu voting aye. So Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. So Mr. Tenderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? So Ms. Howard voting aye. There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1509 is finally passed. Members are about to go on the calendar today. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair is out on third reading, HB 400. The clerk read the bill.
HB 400 by Click, relating to innovation grant programs to support residency training programs in psychiatric specialty fields and recruitment, training, and retention programs in behavioral health fields.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. HB 400 helps to remedy the mental and behavioral health workforce shortage by establishing 2 new grants with the Higher Education Coordinating Council. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 400. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 18 nays, HB 400 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 504. The clerk read the bill.
HB 504 by Wu, relating to the issuance of a warrant authorizing the use of a no-knock entry by a peace officer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a compromise legislation banning no-knock warrants in the state of Texas. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 504. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes and 33 nays, HB 504 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3659. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3659 by Hefner relating to civil asset forfeiture proceedings to the seizure and forfeiture of certain property and to the reporting and disposition of proceeds and property from civil asset forfeiture.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3659 just brings greater transparency and accountability to civil asset forfeiture. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3659. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 5 nays, HB 3659 is finally passed. Is Dr. Bonin on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on third reading SB 10. The clerk read the bill.
SB 10 by Huffman relating to benefits paid by the Teacher Retirement System of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 10 relates to contributions to benefit from and administration of systems and programs administered by the Teacher Retirement System of Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 10. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye, Mr. Goldman voting aye. Should Dr. Bonin voting aye? Have all members voted? There were 144 ayes and 0 nays. SB 10 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3447. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3447 by Bonin relating to the establishment and administration of the Texas Aerospace Research and Space Economy Consortium and the Texas Space Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3447 relates to the establishment and administration of the Texas Aerospace Research and Space Economy Consortium and the Texas Space Commission. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3447. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 16 nays, HB 3447 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 412. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 412 by Thompson and Harris relating to requiring the corroboration of certain testimony in a criminal case involving a controlled substance.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson and Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill we passed on Friday that corroborates certain testimony in criminal cases involving controlled substance. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 412. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson and Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 59 nays, HB 412 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3390. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3390 by Hunter relating to the provision of information regarding distributed generation and certain electric loads.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this does is it allows distributed generation and load capacity to be used for ERCOT in planning for the Texas grid. I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 3390. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3390 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2926. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2926 by Turner relating to certain claims for benefits or compensation by certain public safety employees and survivors of certain public safety employees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2926 will extend the COVID-19 presumption for first responders to September 1, 2025. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2926. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 38 nays, HB 2926 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3741. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3741 by Canales relating to the operation of a program by the Texas Department of Transportation to allow a real property owner to plant or replace vegetation in a right-of-way.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our pro-business TxDOT Development Landscape Management Program. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3741. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 5 nays, HB 3741 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Herrera because of important business on the motion of Mr. Martinez Fisher. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3772. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3772 by Thompson of Harris relating to combating human trafficking by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this allows the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to have their own human trafficking unit. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3772. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 36 nays, HB 3772 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4390. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4390 by Button relating to the Texas Industry Recognized Apprenticeship Programs Grant Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill increases apprenticeship opportunities. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4390. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 130 ayes and 13 nays. HB 4390 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4520 by Harris of Anderson relating to employment and retirement consequences for an educator convicted of or replaced on deferred adjudication community supervision for the sale, distribution, or display of harmful material to a minor.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would revoke the pension and license of an educator who is convicted of the sale, distribution, or display of harmful material to a minor. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4520. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes and 3 nays. HB 4520 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 71. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 71 by Canales relating to the establishment of a program for the issuance of digital identification.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our digital ID bill. I want to thank Representative Toth and Representative Kane for working with me. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 71. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 23 nays, HB 71 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 730. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 730 by Frank relating to policies and procedures regarding certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship, investigations by the Department of Family and Protective Services, and parental child safety placements.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 730 is focused on improving the professionalism and the processes of the investigations within the CPS system. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 730. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 3 nays, HB 730 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1715. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1715 by Canales relating to the expunction of arrest records and files relating to certain nonviolent misdemeanor offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill that we passed out before, this relates to non-violent misdemeanors and allows you to clear your record 5 years after you actually complete the probation. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1715. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 20 nays, HB 1715 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1455. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1455 by Inchia relating to health care benefits of persons wrongfully imprisoned.
The chair recognizes Mr. Inchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This changes the Tim Cole Act in order to permit innocent Texans who have had their freedom denied by allowing them to have their family included in the exonerees health benefit plan that they pay for. Thank you. Move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1455. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Inchia voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 24 nays, HB 1455 is finally passed. The chair lays out HB 250 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 250 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to crime victims' compensation.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 250 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 3rd.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2662. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1238. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1238 by Nichols relating to broadband development.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, SB 1238 seeks to better align state statute with federal guidelines so that the state of Texas can maximize the amount of federal funding made available to our state for broadband expansion. In doing so, in passing this bill, I believe that we make measurable progress towards bridging the digital divide and connecting Texans in every corner of the state. Mr. Speaker, I do have one clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ashby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply clarifies the language in the challenge process section of the bill to protect against overbuilding. It is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Ashby sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Thompson of Brazoria because of important business on the remainder of the week on the motion of Mr. Paul. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Any member who speak for, against, or on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to close on the bill.
Members, I move passage.
The question on the court on passage, the third reading of SB 1238. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1238 is passed the third reading. Mr. Ashby moves to lay House Bill 2662 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1788. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 664. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 664 by Perry relating to the labeling of analog and cell culture products.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 664 addresses mislabeling and false labeling of alternative protein products. This bill aims to provide consumers with labels that are easily discernible between traditional and alternative protein products. In other words, consumers deserve to know when they're purchasing fake meat. And move passage.
The question occurs on passage the third reading of SB 664. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 664 is passed the third reading. Dr. Buckley moves to lay House Bill 1788 on the table, subject to call of objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out HB 1791 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1791 by Davis relating to the qualifications of experts in certain healthcare liability claims.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1791 until Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Members have heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3607. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1730. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1730 by Zaffarini relating to the processing of United States passport applications by district court clerk authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1730 gives district county clerks the option to sell money orders for U.S. passport applications. These money orders can only be sold by the district clerk's office for passport application processing. This bill does not require any county to implement this service if they do not want to. Move passage.
The question according to passage, the third reading of SB 1730. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1730 is passed the third reading. Ms. Cole moves to lay House Bill 3607 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the chair lays out HB 3548 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3548 by Anchia relating to increasing the criminal penalty for assault of certain hospital personnel.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3548 until Friday, May 5th at 9 a.m.
Members heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1620. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1620 by Holland relating to the review date for certain governmental entities subject to the sunset review process.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1620 is the Sunset Safety Net Bill. This bill changes sunset provision dates for agencies reviewed during the current biennium, extending their date 2 years to 2025. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 1620. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1620 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3474. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3474 by Leach, relating to the operation and administration of and practices and procedures relating to proceedings in the judicial branch of state government.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do have a floor amendment to this bill that I want to offer.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Omnibus Courts bill. I want to take just a few minutes to walk you through some of the more important provisions of this bill, including some of the local courts that we've added that I know are important to you and your districts. As you know, members, it's been the tradition and practice for the chairs of the committees with jurisdiction over the judiciary to file legislation that encompasses new courts, changes to judicial administration, and changes to jurisdiction into one single omnibus bill each session. This bill in front of you now, House Bill 3474, is that bill. The comprehensive floor amendment includes requested changes to the bill from many of you, and those are now included into the bill in front of you. I do want to take just a couple minutes because I know members, many of you have worked really hard on behalf of your constituents and at the request of your local judges and commissioners' courts to file legislation creating new courts in your jurisdictions. As our population continues to grow, we want to make sure that our courts are accessible, that they're open, and that the Texas justice system is fair and effective. So, this bill creates 14 district courts, 4 county courts at law, and 3 probate courts. I want to go through those very quickly. In this bill, a new district court is created in Denton County. Harris County, there will be 6 new district courts, 3 created in 2023 and 3 in 2024. In Kaufman County, there will be a new district court. In Collin County, 2 new district courts. Bastrop County, a new district court. Brazos County, a new district court. Kendall County, a new district court. There will be a new district court created for Edwards, Kimball, and Gillespie counties. A Travis County probate court. A Harris County probate court. A Bexar County probate court. A Waller County court at law. Wilson County court at law. Stevens County court at law. And a multi-county court at law for Bee, Live Oak, and McMullen counties. Members, the bill also includes several judicial administration cleanups and improvements. If you're interested to know whether your bill, many of you filed bills on these subjects. Those bills have been incorporated into this omnibus bill. If you're interested in whether your bill made it or not and can't tell by reading the bill for yourself, then I've got that list at my desk and I'm happy to walk you through it. I believe there is an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would prevent the interruption of legislative proceedings for the service of process, and I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Schofield says that amendment, that it is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the amendment.
Will, you have your amendment? Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of my amendment as amended by Representative Schofield.
Mr. Leach says the amendment as an amendment is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strikes the language in the bill having to do with requiring each and every one of us to have a joint session of legislature on the state of the judiciary, which has been delivered in writing the past 2 sessions. I move adoption.
Mr. Metcalf sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptably offered. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Members, the provisions of this bill have been carefully crafted and thought out and worked on by many of you and your staffs, as well as my staff. I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Lauren Young, and then Megan Lavoie with the Office of Court Administration and her entire team. Would appreciate your favorable support, members, and with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3474. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3474 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 19. The clerk will read the bill. Is Mr. Murr on the floor of the House?
HB 19 by Murr relating to the creation of a specialty trial court to hear certain cases authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 19 until today at 4:30 p.m.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 270. Clerk, read the bill.
HJR 27 by Craddock, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of and use of money in the Grow Texas Fund and allocating certain general revenues to that fund, the Economic Stabilization Fund, and the State Highway Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is known as the GROW Bill.
Mr. Speaker. Ms. Martinez, speech for what purpose?
I rise to raise a point of order under Rule 8, Section 21A.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, many of you remember this bill. We've passed it twice in the past, and it hasn't passed the Senate. Texas is the #1 energy producing state in the nation, accounting for more than 1/3 of the country's total oil production. Supporting almost 30% of our state's overall economy comes from oil and gas. And oil and gas's production has generated $1 billion in revenue for this state, providing funding for critical services in our communities and opportunities for support a brighter future in Texas. There are still more than 100 billion barrels of recoverable oil in the Permian Basin alone, meaning there are nearly 100 years of record level production for our state to benefit from years to come from oil and gas. But with energy success, there comes challenges. And what this up here is, and I'm going to cut this short, what this is up here, this shows the counties and where the oil and gas is produced. And this HJR basically does this. All but 35 counties of the 254 produce oil and gas in the state of Texas. So that's 219 counties that do today. And so the reason I brought this map, a lot of people said, well, you're doing this for your area, and we're not. And what this does is we take money out of the rainy day fund, which all comes from oil and gas, and lets us put it back into counties that have oil and gas related substances come from it. And that's basically what this does. And we're taking 9% of the total oil and gas severance tax collections with a cap of $250 million a biennium. I move adoption.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against adoption of the resolution? Chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to close on the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of HJR 27. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Craddock voting aye. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Members, the chair will give you time to vote from your desks. Have all voted? There being 121 ayes, 41 nays, HJR 27 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 111. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 111 by Landgraf, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Severance Tax Revenue and Oil and Natural Gas Texas Strong Defense Fund, dedicating the money in that fund to benefit areas of the state significantly affected by oil and gas production, providing for the transfer of certain general revenues to that fund, the Economic Stabilization Fund, the State Highway Fund, the Oil and Gas Regulation and Cleanup Fund, the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan Fund, and the Property Tax Relief Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Texas Strong Fund for a Stronger Texas, wisely investing oil and gas severance tax. I move adoption.
Does any member wish to speak for, on, or against the resolution? The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 111. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. There being 139 ayes, 2 nays, HJR 111 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 132. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 132 by Hefner, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of an individual net worth or wealth tax.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Joint Resolution 132 would offer the people of Texas an opportunity to have a direct say in the possibility of a net income tax or a wealth tax being imposed by the legislature in the future. Multiple state legislatures, California, New York, and some others have introduced some bills like this, and we want to make sure that our people have a direct say on whether or not this happens. I believe strongly that Texans should have a direct voice in whether or not they should be subjected to a new tax. And by passing a constitutional amendment banning a net worth tax, the people's direct consent will be required should the legislature ever to seek to impose such a tax.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the effort, but I don't know we need to be doing this. Number one, it costs $200,000 just to print the ballot to have a conversation about something that does not exist. We don't do this now. And so the idea that we would take a vote for something that could happen in the future doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If this is something we were doing, I can understand why we would want voters to take this question and decide whether we should keep doing it. But we can't do this now. And there's not a single legislative proposal that I've seen that will impact that. And I would ask members to vote no.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the resolution? The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as the fiscal note goes, that we're already going to have a constitutional amendment election, so I think the cost will be very minimal. This is simply to help people protect the fruits of their labor for their posterity and give Texans a direct say in whether or not they're subjected to such a tax. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 132. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting nay. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 93 ayes, 49 nays, HJR 132 passes to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
I'll go ahead and deal with the motion, then I'll ask her.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of the last record vote that was taken, it was the chair's announcement that the House joint resolution passed to engrossment.
That's correct.
And by passing to engrossment, does that mean that it met the required two-thirds threshold for passage as an HJR?
No, sir.
It just means that it's passed to have another attempt on third reading to reach the required two-thirds vote?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 1506. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1506 by Meyer, relating to the statute of limitations for the offense of abandoning or endangering a child.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently statute of limitations for the offense of abandoning or endangering a child is 5 years from the date of the commission of the offense. HB 1506 amends the Code of Criminal Procedure to extend the statute of limitations for the offense of abandoning or endangering a child from 5 years from the date of commission of the offense to 10 years from that date, and I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this amendment does is say when the child that was abandoned turns 18, that's when the statute of limitations starts running. Move adoption.
Mr. Canales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1506. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1506 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1357. The court will read the bill.
HB 1357 by Holland, relating to Medicaid reimbursement for certain medication-assisted treatments for opioid or substance use disorder.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1357 fully implements the opioid treatment pilot program at HHSC for medication-assisted treatments by removing the sunset date from statute. Move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that allows us, it gives us an opportunity to expand Medicaid. I know that what Mr. Holland's bill is to keep Medicaid open to some. This amendment opens this up to everyone who's eligible for Medicaid. The state has an opportunity to receive as much as $5 billion to provide for care of indigent folks in our state. To date, 41 states have expanded Medicaid. Texas has the highest percentage of uninsured among its population, with about 4 million people uninsured in Texas. Texas should fully embrace Medicaid expansion so that we can provide coverage for as many citizens as we can. Again, this is an opportunity for Texas to support all of its citizens and provide health care for them.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Yeah, would the gentleman later yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, you just said that if Texas expanded Medicaid, that we would receive approximately $5 billion. And as my estimates, I've done some research, it's about $5.4 billion annually. Is that not correct?
That is my understanding. That is the amount of money that Texas is missing out to provide coverage, health care coverage for folks in the state of Texas.
And you also stated that 41 states had already expanded Medicaid. Is that not correct?
It's my understanding that 41 states have already expanded, including D.C.
Right.
This is an opportunity, Representative Reynolds, for us to, in the state of Texas, to commit to covering indigent folks with health care. We should not want them to have to go to emergency rooms for health care.
In fact, if we expand Medicaid, we're going to help insure about 1 million Texans. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And as you stated, unfortunately, Texas has the highest number of uninsured in the country. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So we're dead last in insuring people in this country. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, this is providing care for some. My amendment just says we ought to provide health care for everyone that needs health care. That's what this amendment does. It opens it up. We're repealing it so that we can continue to cover those that are getting opioid treatment. I think that's fine. I think that makes sense. But I think it makes even more sense that we would be covering everyone who needs health care through this expansion program. And it allows us to also pull down federal dollars to provide that care.
Representative Davis, I've done a little research on this Medicaid expansion. Since it was adopted by former President Barack Obama, known as Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, and are you aware that other red states now, including Kentucky and other states, have adopted Medicaid expansion? And we're now one of just 10 states that haven't done it?
And the reason they're doing that, Mr. Representative Reynolds, is simple. They know that in order for their state to be healthy, they need health care. This health care insurance through Medicaid will prevent our hospitals from being bogged down in emergency rooms. They can get health care before they get seriously ill. We've got folks in Texas who have an income under $20,000 with 4. We need to make sure we don't leave these people behind as we try to grow and improve the quality of life in our state. That's what this amendment does, is it just opens up and provides health care for those who are not covered currently.
Representative Davis, I'm very concerned, and I hope people are paying attention. This is literally a matter of life and death. There are people, would you agree with me that there are people who have preventable diseases and illnesses that if they had access to health care, that they could possibly extend or live? Is that right?
I agree, Representative Reynolds. It's unfortunate that the House continues to ignore all of the citizens in the state and only deal with a small segment of it. This opportunity comes again before us to say we want to do better by all Texans. So this amendment just allows us to expand health care to those who currently don't get it but are eligible for Medicaid if we would expand it to the furthest degree. Again, this is an opportunity for us to create a healthier society in Texas by providing health care for them.
And we've talked about the health component of it, which is the most important because we can't put a price tag on people's health. But what about the economic impact? We're talking about $5.4 billion. That is going to help stimulate our economy and create more jobs. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree that anytime you put $5 billion into the economy, it has to have a positive impact. And that's what this does. Not only do we take care of the people in Texas, but we also create an economic impact that's beneficial to the state of Texas and to our doctors and our medical facilities. So it's a win-win for everyone.
And I have a few more questions. It's my understanding, my research over the years, that the chambers of commerce, they're in favor of Medicaid expansion. Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Chambers of commerce, are you aware that they're in favor of Medicaid expansion?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
You want me to repeat my question? I said, are you aware that numerous chambers of commerce are in favor of Medicaid expansion because of the economic impact that would have on Texas?
The chambers of commerce is also our medical facilities. They realize the value of this influx of money to provide health care for folks who will show up in their emergency room. So this is an opportunity for us to do something for Texans. And we keep ignoring that we ought to be here for the people. And for some reason, we keep thinking it's the next bill, it's the next bill. We've denied health care to so many folks that we could have covered if we had been interested enough in the whole community in the state of Texas and not just a few.
And Representative Davis, finally, have you heard that our rural hospitals and those people in the rural areas ought to be particularly aware of this? Rural hospitals in the state are closing down because they lack Medicaid expansion. Have you heard that?
I have heard that.
And are you familiar that rural hospital associations, there's been numerous doctors and medical associations, they're all in favor of Medicaid expansion. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, and I've had many health care providers say that should be an easy thing for us to do here in the state of Texas to expand Medicare. And I don't know why we as a state would jeopardize our citizens' health and our facilities by not taking on this extra economic benefit to the citizens of the state of Texas.
Representative Davis, I have one last question for you. Do you know who the biggest benefactors are of us, Texas, not expanding Medicaid? Do you know who the biggest benefactors are?
I can't hear you. I think anytime we invest in Texas, in our people, Texas benefits from that. I know the healthcare community will benefit from that. I know our children will benefit from that. You know, we talk about caring about people, but when it's time for us to do something, we don't do it. $5 billion coming into our state, covering 1 million people. What are we waiting on? This is an opportunity.
And Representative Davis, the biggest benefactors are other states that are receiving these federal dollars. So that $5 billion that's not coming to Texas is going to other states. Thank you for this amendment. I fully support it. This is fiscally conservative. It stimulates our economy and it helps save lives. Thank you.
Ladies' time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please pay attention. If I can get you to look up here. This bill is about a pilot program that was very successful at HHSC. We're removing the sunset date and continuing the pilot program for opioid treatment in response to the opioid crisis. This is not about the expansion of Medicaid. Ms. Davis did not come talk to me about that. And I oppose the amendment, and I ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Hallam, are you aware that there are 4 million people uninsured in Texas?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are you aware that we have more than 4 million people?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Are you aware that we have more than 4 million people that's uninsured in Texas?
I take your word at that, Ms. Davis.
I'm sorry?
I take your word at that, Ms. Davis.
Are you aware that we could potentially get $5 billion into the state as an economic boost to provide expanded Medicare for these individuals?
I'm not advised. That's not what this bill does.
No, this bill, as I understand it, you're repealing the date that says that you're going to continue to treat opioid patients with Medicaid. Is that correct?
For this certain pilot program that HHSC.
Is that correct? That's what this bill does. I just want to make sure I'm clear that you're just repealing the date to extend Medicare longer to a certain class of people. Is that correct?
For the people who participated in the medication-assisted treatment program, for currently open access is permitted for these drugs in the Medicaid program, just like many other prescriptions available today to Texans.
So it's for a certain class of people who take certain medicines. Is that correct?
People who use these to combat their opioid addiction.
My amendment suggests that, is this not appropriate for us to look at other folks that we could cover?
We're about to take a vote on it.
I'm sorry?
We're about to take a vote on it.
Well, I understand we're taking a vote on it, but I mean, do you think that we would benefit as a state to cover these 4 million people?
I greatly respect your opinion on that, but I oppose your amendment, Ms. Davis.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Davis' amendment would help to ensure approximately 1 million Texans that are currently uninsured. Texas has the distinction of being dead last with the highest number of uninsured. That should be unacceptable. Not just from a healthcare standpoint, there are people who are literally dying every single day because they don't have access to healthcare. People that could be getting treatment for diabetes, people that could be getting treatment for cancer and other illnesses that only go to the emergency room, but when they're stage 4 and the doctor says, hey, I can only make you comfortable. If only you came to me years later, we could have put you on a treatment plan, but you didn't have healthcare, so you didn't do it. You couldn't get the mammograms. You couldn't get the CAT scans. You couldn't get the MRIs because you can't pay tens of thousands of dollars. So you went when you were almost on your deathbed to the emergency room where they had to treat you, only to find out that now you can't get treatment. So this bill, members, makes sense from a healthcare standpoint. We're now one of 10 states, one of 10, that have not expanded Medicaid. When are we going to get serious about taking care of healthcare? That healthcare is not just a privilege for the well-to-do and the middle class, but a right that everyone should have. When people are healthy, they're more productive citizens. They contribute more. This bill, this amendment, would make sure that we're receiving $5.4 billion annually. For everyone who cares about the economic impact, that should alone be enough for us to make sure that we are with other states that have expanded Medicaid. And I get it. I get that it's a partisan issue. Unfortunately, people have made it a partisan issue, but this is you can provide a Texas solution. Just like other states that have implemented it, they've done it according to their state. We can put a Texas solution on Medicaid expansion so that we can get these $5.4 billion annually, so that we can stop closing down rural hospitals, so that we can ensure people and save lives. So it's fiscally responsible and it helps save lives. And if this money doesn't come to Texas, it's going to continue to go to other states. So I think this is a great amendment. I think this puts us, it makes us fiscally responsible. It helps create more jobs. It helps soar our economy. And it helps to make sure that people, more importantly, have access to quality health care in this state. And I ask for your favorable consideration of Representative Davis' amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Question of the amendment author when she takes the microphone again.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for
Would the lady yield
questions?
for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Davis, and I so appreciate you bringing this amendment. I just want to make sure that the body understands what this vote is. In essence, your amendment says that Texas has the ability to draw down additional federal dollars that are rightfully ours.
That's correct.
That without an affirmative decision by this House, we will continue to leave on the table in Washington. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And is it correct that you've bringing this amendment before us today because we are losing more than $5 billion a year in federal dollars that are rightfully belong to the people of Texas, but the legislature has not acted, therefore we're losing those dollars?
That's correct. We always talk about bringing our Texas dollars back to Texas, but in fact, in this instance, we're leaving $5 billion in D.C. and not bringing it home. And we're leaving a community behind that could be utilizing care, health care, that they're not getting because they can't afford it. The other thing I would just tell you is we shouldn't have to have our communities drugged out before we can get coverage. I have supported the mental health legislation. I've supported the fentanyl, this is the opiate. I support those folks getting health care. Why can't we support other people get the same access to health care? Do they have to be drugged out? Can they just be old? Can they just be poor?
Well,
Can they just have more children that need special care because they have issues? Why are we willing to leave communities behind when we have an opportunity to not only provide health care, but get the money to pay for it, $5 billion?
And I quite agree, Representative Davis. And would you agree this is especially important for Texas because Texas continues to lead the nation in both the number of uninsured and the percentage of uninsured?
That's correct. And that's what's disappointing because we say we're the #1 state and we're willing to leave our communities behind, other communities behind. I would hate to think that we have to all be on some level of drugs before we can provide health care. We have done mental health care because we see the need. We've done these other kinds of programs because we see a need. What is the most basic need? It's all those that are left behind. Why wouldn't we want to cover them? So again, this is an opportunity for Texas to show up and say they're committed to the citizens of this state, whether they're poor, whether they're mentally, whether they're handy, whatever, to provide health care for them. This opportunity exists today. And I will tell members, this is not partisan. This is not partisan. This is people who in all walks of life who deserve health care.
And Representative, I'm glad you made that point because isn't it true that, as Representative Reynolds said, 40 other states now have expanded Medicaid, and many of those are either completely red or completely Republican-controlled states or a mixture of Republican and Democrat control. Isn't that correct?
That's
They've made
correct.
the decision to do that for their people?
That's correct. And you know, let me just mention that when we've discussed any other health care, we hadn't talked about whether it was the red communities or the blue communities. We talked about citizens needing health care because of issues that are going on with them. Right. This is the same notion here. It's not whether they're Texans who need health care. And that's what we should be providing. We have an opportunity. We have resources available. And most of all, we can help our healthcare facilities. That infusion of cash would be great for them because they're going to see these patients in the emergency rooms. And that care is much more expensive than any other care.
And Representative Davis, isn't it correct that if your amendment passes, the Texans we will be helping the most, in fact, are working Texans who simply don't have health insurance through their jobs for whatever reason, but don't qualify for our existing Medicaid program. So they're caught in this sort of black hole where they just can't get insurance under the existing options. Your amendment would give them a new option to get health care. Is that right?
That is correct. And that's what this amendment is about, is taking care of Texans and doing it in a way that we don't leave anybody behind. To the extent that we can do this and we can take care of 4 million people, we get money to take care of them, why are we hesitating to do that? I can tell you that if this was on any other initiative, if it was transportation, we'd take the money. We would take the money. How can we not take the money for health care?
And Representative Davis, and I appreciate the bill author's comments about what his bill is about. And I support his bill, as I imagine you do too. But if the bill being about opioids in part, isn't it true that many people, if not most, the way they get addicted to opioids isn't because they're wanting to use drugs, it's because they have a health condition that is painful and causes them pain, and they're prescribed an opioid to deal with the pain. Right. And if they had better health care on the front end, maybe their condition wouldn't result in so much chronic pain down the road, and they wouldn't even need to be prescribed that opioid. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. That is my thought, that we can be in front of these issues instead of behind them. And I don't oppose his bill. He's just extending it because the need is still there. I'm just suggesting that we extend it to everyone, give them an opportunity to have health care as we're doing these patients.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sure. With that, I move adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Davis sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. A record vote has been requested. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Holland voting nay. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Show Mr. Meyer voting nay. Show Ms. Flores voting nay. Members, vote from your desks. Have all voted. There being 57 ayes, 84 nays, the amendment fails. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1357? The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1357. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1357 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Transportation will meet today upon recess in room 1W.14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading, HB 1683. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1683 by Wally, relating to the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1683 would create the Interstate Compact for Occupational and Occupational Therapists. The compact would provide a huge benefit to military families who oftentimes must transfer between states and are left without the ability for member spouses to continue their careers. I move passage.
Representative Huberty moves passage of The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 1683. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1683 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1710. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1710 by canals relating to the notice or provided to a court regarding a defendant confined in a state jail felony facility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've got an overcrowding problem. This merely sends the notice to the judge that somebody's been there 75 days and allows the judge to review their incarceration. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1710. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1710 is passed on engrossment. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to have all the conversations on House Bill 1357 reduce the writing and place in the journal.
Members heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 475. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 475 by whole relating to certain policies and procedures for healthcare specialty consultations and certain child abuse or neglect investigations and assessments.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill builds on the work that was done during the 87th session around the use of the Forensic Assessment Center network for consultations by DFPS during their investigation. It protects investigations from conflicts of interest when the network is used for consultations and makes sure all medical records used by DFPS or the network are provided to parents and their attorneys, including when there is a disagreement among medical professionals. And I have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a clarifying amendment that is intended to make the purpose in allowing access to the child is specifically for healthcare professionals who are providing alternative and second opinions for examinations or diagnostic testing. I want to thank Representative Rose and Ramos for working with me on this, and it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 475. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 475 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 433. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 433 by Van Dever relating to the definition of a commercial fleet.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill lowers the numbers of vehicles required to qualify as a fleet from 25 to 15. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 433. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 433 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4835. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4835 by Metcalf relating to the creation and operations of certain healthcare provider participation programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4835 authorizes the establishment of a local provider participation fund. The bill codifies participation funds governing provisions. Additionally, it abolishes Chapter 295 Texas Health and Safety Code, which authorizes the city to operate an LPPF. Local stakeholders have requested that the duties and operations of LPPF be transferred to the Commissioners Court. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4835. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4835 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4363. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4363 by Kimball relating to the establishment of a scholarship program for aspiring classroom teachers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Campbell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This creates the Future Texas Teacher Scholarship Program, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4363. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4363 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1907. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1907 by Anchier relating to the procedures for the expunction of arrest records and files for persons who complete certain court programs or pretrial intervention programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This allows graduates of veteran treatment courts and mental health courts to get the expunction that they deserve and are legally entitled to. It streamlines the bureaucratic process for them. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1907. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have HB 1907 passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2651. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2651 by Howard relating to required training and continuing education requirements for persons who provide medical care or other support to survivors of sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 2651 addresses one of the final recommendations of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force. Right now, there are roughly 600 hospitals in our state, but only 154 of them are licensed by the Health and Human Services Commission as safe, ready facilities. As a result, there are vast areas of our state without a safe or sane in their county. For these survivors, oftentimes their only option is to go to the emergency room in their area. But there's no guarantee that when the survivor arrives at the emergency room that the ER personnel are trained in forensic evidence collection and trauma-informed care. This bill will ensure that everyone a survivor encounters in an ER will have the requisite training to appropriately respond to their medical and emotional needs and adhere to their crime victims' rights. The decision to report, of course, is not an easy one for many of the survivors to make. For some, taking the initial step to seek help could mean reporting a family member or powerful community leader. For others, it could be the first step in leaving a dangerous situation at home. But for every survivor, making the decision to report is a significant step in their healing journey. That is why it's critical that every person they come into contact with has received the training they need to appropriately handle these unique and delicate situations. At this time, Dr. Oliverson has a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I want to thank Representative Howard for working with me on this. This amendment just exempts the physician working in the ER from the additional training requirements. Physicians already have a prodigious amount of training on these issues, and as it is, have days and days locked in purgatory annually doing continuing education. So we're just trying to make it a little easier for them, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Dr. Oliverson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the bill.
I want to thank Dr. Oliverson for working with me on this bill, and also my other joint authors, Representative Ann Johnson, Representative Jutan, and Representative Harless. This bill is an important opportunity to improve part of the process survivors must navigate on their road to healing. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2651. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2651 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2316. Clerk read the bill.
HB 2316 by Canales relating to the employment of certain peace officers, detention officers, county jailers, or firefighters who were injured in the course and scope of duty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this does is protect our peace officers, detention officers, county jails, firefighters who are injured on duty from being terminated by municipalities before they can reach their maximum medical improvement. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2316. Is the record vote? All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. 2316 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1817. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1817 by Capriglione relating to the validity of a contract for which a disclosure of interested parties is required.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. House Bill 1817 adds a cure period if a conflict of interest form is not on file for a government contract that meets the statutory requirements for needing one. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1817. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Mr. Burns voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 4 nays, HB 1817 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1718. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1718 by Ashby relating to rural development funds and insurance tax credits for certain investments in those funds, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1718 incentivizes greater investment in rural Texas by establishing their Texas Rural Development Program to expand access to much-needed capital for our rural small businesses. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1718. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Mr. Burns voting aye. Mr. Cassell voting aye. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Dr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Cassell voting aye. Mr. Burns voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes, 31 nays, HB 1718 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2334. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2334 by Burns relating to an exemption from the plumbing licensing law for plumbing work performed on certain private property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2334 will ease financial and logistical burdens on utility contractors while having no impact on consumer safeguards. We worked with representatives from the plumbers industry and the contractors to develop this agreed-to language. Thank you to everyone that helped along the way. We move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. HB 2334. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2334 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2557. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2557 by Buckley relating to the licensed professional counselors compact authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2557 would allow Texas to join the Interstate Counseling Compact to help address the mental health workforce shortage in Texas. The Counseling Compact has been enacted in 20 states. Now's the time for Texas to extend the benefits of the compact to both our licensees and our citizens. The Interstate Counseling Compact allows professional counselors licensed in states that have enacted the compact to apply for a privilege to practice in other member states, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2557. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2557 is passed in engrossment. The chair laid out in second reading HB 2683. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2683 by Burns related to the use of dyed diesel fuel to operate a motor vehicle during and for a limited period following certain disasters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses one of the major problems identified during the hearings we held in Ag and Livestock Committee last session after the impacts of Winter Storm Uri. Allows automatic exception for red dyed diesel to be used on road during and after a natural disaster. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 2683. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2683 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2808. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2808 by Van Dever relating to the finality of public school accountability determinations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is really simple. It puts in statute that after TEA releases a final rating, the rating cannot be changed. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 2808. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2808 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2818. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2818 by Kane relating to the production and regulation of hemp, providing administrative penalties, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
We've got some perfecting amendments. I'll go ahead and explain it. House Bill 2818 ensures that the state of Texas can respond to the changes in federal law and regulations pertaining to the hemp industry. This bill will ensure that our inability to update state law during the interim will no longer hinder an industry that's legal under federal law but still experiencing changes in federal law and regulations. This bill also includes a licensure program that would enable universities and nonprofit entities to engage in researching hemp. This bill is a significant step towards promoting continued innovation and research in the industrial hemp industry. Members, I do have a couple of perfecting amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the current language in the bill creates a loophole that someone with a felony conviction could exploit and get around the licensing requirement. This amendment would close that loophole.
Mr. Kane sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a clarifying amendment where any agency rules promulgated under the bill are consistent with federal law. It is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Bernal sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to close on the bill.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, those two amendments are perfecting amendments asked for by the industry. We support them. With that, I move passage of the bill.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 2818. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2818 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2851. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2851 by Burns relating to grant amounts under the Young Farmer Grant Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a direct result of the findings from interim charge 2 for the 87th session of the Ag and Livestock Committee. Updates the TAFA board, and it expands the useful grants from a range of $5,000 to $20,000 up to $35,000. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 2851. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2851 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on the second reading HB 2673. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2673 by Hull relating to requirements for the use and transfer of electronic devices to students by a public school.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives TEA rulemaking authority over school-issued electronic devices to ensure that these devices meet minimum safety standards and requires district to establish programs promoting parents as partners in cybersecurity and online safety. And I have a couple amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment ensures that students are not prevented from taking the SAT or ACT at school, which are now administered through a software application. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the option amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply ensures that the parents are given resources about the use of these devices before the devices go home, and also includes illicit drugs in the filters that are going to go on the computers. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Schaefer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. HB 2673. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2673 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3317. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3317 by Frank relating to the operation and financing of the Federally Qualified Health Center Primary Care Access Program to provide primary care access to persons in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3317 until 9 a.m. Thursday, May 4th.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3361. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3361 by Kane relating to the slaughtering of livestock.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3361 addresses some inconsistencies and restrictions in the current law regulating slaughterhouses and the sale of livestock for slaughter. So the bill aims to eliminate these duplicitous languages. These things are already regulated by federal law, DISHIS, TCEQ, et cetera. I think we can make it a little cheaper for meat in Texas if we lift its regulations.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Right now, under current law, counties would have the ability to regulate where slaughterhouses are located under the current law, correct?
Yeah, current law since about 2011, though, and I think it's important when you understand why the current law allows that. The origins are actually kind of sad. The origins had to do with stopping a halal slaughter, being able to have a slaughterhouse. And so that's why counties are allowed to do it. It's already, again, regulated by the state, by DISHIS, by TCEQ. Those things already determine whether or not they're going next to a school or other building. And so we're just removing multiple layers of regulations.
So if a county had laws in place such as, let's not have slaughterhouses right next to a local park or next to the school, those regulations would now be rescinded, correct?
So the Department of State Health Services and TCEQ I do not believe would allow the permitting for that due to their location being near to a school or park.
I'm sorry, I'm not terribly familiar with TCEQ, but I'm just asking that if a county has those regulations under this bill, they would no longer be allowed to have those regulations, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
They're already being regulated, though, by multiple other layers. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 3361. All in favor say aye. Backup members, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Mr. Holland voting aye. Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Mr. Harrison voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes, 43 nays, HB 3361 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3165. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3165 by Holland, relating to the establishment, administration, and use of the Land and Water Conservation Fund and allocations and transfer of money to that fund, the Economic Stabilization Fund, and the State Highway Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3165 is the enabling legislation for the Texas Land and Water Conservation Fund. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 3165. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3165 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3315. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3315 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to a school district's grievance procedure regarding complaints concerning violation of parental rights.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Chapter 26 of the Education Code, or the Parental Bill of Rights, requires a school board to adopt a grievance procedure addressing complaints that violate a guaranteed right. Parents have expressed the need for an equitable process to ensure that complaints are addressed and there is currently no codified method for processing appeals. HB 3315 codifies this timeline in which school boards, administrators of school districts and charter schools process grievances while maintaining local control of that process. Mr. Speaker, I believe there are amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would include language that would require school district board of trustees to open a new concurrent grievance investigation if additional violations of parental rights are found to be violated during the initial grievance investigation. Securing parental rights through the internal accountability measure in this amendment will work to promote district transparency, account for unreported and unknown violations, and assist parents in capturing all instances of the rights being violated. Move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the option. Amendment the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
This amendment, Speaker members, just merely make sure that Spanish speaking people get the notice as well. I move adoption. I believe it's acceptable.
Mr. Canales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption. Amendment the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Belikoff and the close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass on the engrossment of HB 3315. All in favor say aye. Those say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3315 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading. HB 2959. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2959 by Kane, relating to providing children committed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and prisoners serving a sentence in county jail with certain documents on discharge or release authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the purpose of this bill is to ensure that, especially for juveniles, that when they're leaving custody, that they have the identification documents necessary for them to continue on in the real world. With that, I believe we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strikes language that deals with concerns about an unfunded mandate, and I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Schaefer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The opposite objection to the opposite amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to close the bill.
Yeah, members, if you're tracking the bill, we're striking sections 3 and 4 from the bill. It's only going to deal with juveniles right now and ensuring that on intake of that juvenile, we begin to process the documents to ensure that they have their birth certificate and their driver's license, things like that when they leave the department. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2959. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2959 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2897. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2897 by Wally, relating to the prosecution of the offense of theft of service.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Right. Members, right now, the theft of service provision of the Texas Penal Code requires a demand letter to be sent to one address, and the theft of check provision requires a demand letter to be sent to different addresses. So this bill addresses the inconsistency by ensuring that the instructions for where to send a demand letter under the theft of check provision of the Texas Penal Code is included in the instructions for where to send a demand letter for the theft of service. And so we're trying to address this inconsistency in the Penal Code, and I move passage along with Maverick. This is his 5th birthday.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2897. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2897 is passed in engrossment. Happy birthday, Maverick. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4070. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4070 by Schaefer, relating to the punishment for trafficking of persons, online solicitation of a minor, and prostitution into the dissemination of certain information, including the required posting of certain signs regarding human trafficking.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4070 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 4th.
Members heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3456. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3456 by Ashby relating to the operation of certain healthcare provider participation programs in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. Members, House Bill 3456 just merely extends the sunset date on 7 of our 31 LPPFs in Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 3456. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have HB 3456 passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 264. The clerk read the bill.
HB 264 by Toth relating to requirements for the physical presence of a borrower for certain signing documents related to a home equity loan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, House Bill 264 is the enabling legislation for the constitutional amendment we passed Thursday. HB 264 updates the law to allow virtual closings of home equity loans for active duty military and their spouses. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 264. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Toth voting aye, Mr. Tinderholt voting aye, Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Smith voting aye, Mr. Tallarico voting aye. All members voted. There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 264 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 148. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 148 by Johnson of Dallas relating to the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Texas Disclosure Panel is responsible for developing the informed consent notices that physicians must give patients about medical treatments and procedures. Informed consent is critical for patient autonomy and important protocol for safe medical care, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment basically says that there's nothing in this bill that adjusts the scope of practice for any physician or healthcare provider, and I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson of Dallas, send that amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 148. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 148 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 469. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 469 by Smith relating to the sequestration of a jury in a criminal case.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 469 simply streamlines the process to request the sequestration of a jury. This change will allow jurors and the courts to prepare lodging, transportation, and meals in case the sequestration is deemed necessary. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 469. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 469 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3419. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3419 by Kane relating to the transportation of horse meat.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a fun bill. All right, I'll give you an idea. So what this bill does, it repeals a provision that makes it a presumption of a crime if you are transporting horse meat between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., unless it's in packages of 5 pounds or less and it's properly labeled horse meat. Look, we're going to remove arbitrary restrictions not related to science or safety. It was passed in 1949. For those reasons, let's remove this outdated, archaic law. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
A question.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yield.
So earlier in session, we had a bill that said made in Texas, and I just want to make sure if that horse was born in Texas and we slaughter it in Texas, can we put made in Texas on the horse meat container?
Please.
Okay.
It's really good. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 3419. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3419 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 476. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 476 by Jones of Harris relating to the release of certain defendants detained in jail pending trial.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 476 until the end of today's calendar.
Members heard.
Mr. Speaker.
Whoa. Members heard the motion's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1883. The clerk will read the bill.
Hey, postpone me to the end of the calendar. Can we do it now? I walked all the way over.
HB 1883 by Bojani, relating to the administration of assessment instruments on religious holy days.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a child should never have to choose between their faith and their education. State-mandated exams like STAR testing and end-of-course exams are routinely scheduled on religious holy days, putting certain students in the position of having to choose between practicing their faith traditions and scoring well on high-stakes exams. HB 1883 would ensure that these exams are not scheduled during religious holy days celebrated by major faith traditions. I'm grateful to my colleagues who have supported this legislation to protect our religious freedoms. Thank you, Dr. Buckley, Chairman Jeton, Vice Chair Allen, Representative Hinojosa, and Representative Cunningham. Members, if you are for religious freedom, please vote yes.
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Does the author yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bojani. Does this bill include holidays for every religion?
Most major traditions, yes.
So not all? Mr. Bojani, if this bill does not include holidays for every religion, is it possible that this bill codifies religious discrimination?
I don't think it could qualify as religious discrimination. Okay. The intent is to include all faiths.
Okay. So who came up with the list of holidays? You or an organization? Who did that?
A lot of organizations, faith-based organizations in the state of Texas, along with representatives from committees in the House.
Okay. So one of the Christian holidays is Christmas. Is that a holiday where kids are in school?
It is not a holiday where kids are in school.
So if they're not in school, they can't be taking tests on
That's
that
correct.
day. So why did you choose a date that's not even applicable
It
for Christians?
It underscores the exact point that we would never ever think about having kids take exams on Christmas. That is exactly what we should be doing, affording the same privilege to all the other faiths as well.
But you understand that no child is in school on Christmas. There can never be a test administered on
But
Christmas.
adding it underscores the point that how Christmas is so important to all of us, and so are other religious holy days that should be important to us as well.
Are you aware? Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply adds a Christian holiday that could actually be used with this bill if it's implemented, Holy Thursday. I move adoption.
Mr. Slayton sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is another amendment that, like I say, could actually be used by Christians if this bill is actually implemented. This adds Reformation Day. I move adoption.
Mr. Slayton sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author, but Mr. Slayton still wants the record to vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Slayton voting aye, Mr. Bojani voting aye, Mr. Morales and Maverick voting aye, Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment of HB. Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the author yield for some questions?
Will Mr. Bojani yield for questions? He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bojani, if the list of holidays in your bill are not comprehensive, why would you include the list at all?
Because we have to start from somewhere. Otherwise, how would we know what religious holidays are out there in the state of Texas?
Mr. Bojani, if the bill allows school districts to only pick 2 holidays, doesn't the bill create an opportunity to favor certain religions? For example, one religion over the other?
No, that's not the case.
Mr. Bojani, is it true that public school boards, they'd be picking these exempted days as elected positions, right?
Sorry, excuse me? Can you repeat that?
School boards would be picking these positions as elected positions, correct?
No, they would not be. They would be looking at this list and saying, here's the list of that we should try to avoid. And this is a may bill. Members, this is not a shall bill. The school districts may not give some of these religious holidays. Start testing on that.
Well, the school board members are elected, and my concern is this is going to put school boards in positions where they're going to be choosing certain holidays over the other, and there's no way they can make people happy, and some may choose there's religious discrimination going on. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 1883 under Rule 11, Section 2 of the Rules of the House on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane to the original bill, and 4.3C2, the bill analysis is misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
point of order is withdrawn. The question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 1883. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1883 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 560. Thank you.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 2568 and recognizes Mr. Hayes for a motion. I'm sorry. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2568. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2568 by Hayes, relating to a study of the acreage of Carrizo Cane on the international border of the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2568 till the end of the day's calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2672. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2672 by Frazier, relating to the eligibility for student loan repayment assistance under the Math and Science Scholars Loan Repayment Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is my teacher reimbursement bill. We've had this in play for some time here for teachers to get reimbursed for our student loan assistance. Problem is, no teachers are using it. The last 7 years, less than $500,000 has come out of this account. And right now, we only have 14 teachers total that are inside of this. I can go through everything for the teacher loan assistance program since 2015 to STEM, Title I schools. Currently, shortage of widespread affecting for our math and science. I'm hearing vote. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of HB 2672. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2672 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2933. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2933 by DeRazio, relating to ensuring certain adoptive parents may consent to medical care and access information regarding their child who is eligible for benefits under Medicaid.
The chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further the consideration of HB 2933 to the end of today's calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1392. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1392 by Craddock, relating to the allocation of certain constitutional transfers of money to the Economic Stabilization Fund, the State Highway Fund, and the Grow Texas Fund, and to the permissible uses of money deposited to the Grow Texas Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the enabling legislation that for the constitutional amendment we passed earlier. I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1392. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1392 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2207. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2207 by Landgraf relating to the allocation of certain constitutional transfers of money to the Economic Stabilization Fund, the State Highway Fund, the Oil and Gas Regulation and the Cleanup Account, the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan Fund, the Property Tax Relief Fund, and the Texas Severance Tax Revenue and Oil and Natural Gas Texas Strong Defense Fund into the permissible use of money deposited at the Texas Severance Tax Revenue and Oil and Natural Gas Texas Strong Defense Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the enabling bill for the HGR that we adopted earlier. I'll move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2207. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. There being 140 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2207 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 718. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 718 by Goldman relating to the issuance of temporary tags and license plates by a motor vehicle dealer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Speaker Phelan has a brand new car. He's out back putting his tag on his car. Every single one of you got one of these tags on your desk. Go ahead and scan the QR code. Go ahead and scan it. Remember, these fake tags are on our cars, on our roads, all over the entire state. I want to thank the investigative reporters of many TV stations, of newspapers. There's newspaper articles galore talking about the crimes used across our state using fake paper tags. When you drive home, look at the roads.
Mr. Speaker,
realize
Mr.
all the
Canales,
fake
for
tags.
purpose. If the gentleman would yield.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll be happy to yield for questions, Chairman
Why is the
Canales.
tag you gave me expired already?
Well, to prove to you, Chairman Canales, that you can put this on your car and drive around and you won't get stopped. You won't get pulled over. They're on hundreds of cars, if not thousands of cars, all over our state right now. Members, I want to thank Chief Daniel Cesny from the Grand Prairie.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the
I'll be
gentleman
happy
yield
to
for a
yield.
question? The gentleman yields.
Did you distribute these?
I did distribute those, Representative Harless, and I'm sorry, we made an error on yours.
You sure did. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. We'll correct that error. We'll correct that error. Finally, members, I want to thank the Chief of Grand Prairie Police. I want to thank all the men and women in law enforcement. Members, they're up there in the gallery today for this bill. They were in committee for this bill. They were in the Senate committee when they laid out the bill. The men and women of law enforcement all over our state know the problems with fake paper tags. And as a result of fake paper tags, the Grand Prairie Police Department lost Officer Brandon Sy. And Chief, we're going to do all we can to pass this bill in his memory. And also, Stuart and Tawny Solbrig, they're up in the gallery as well. Their son, Taryn, passed away from being hit by a person with fake paper tags. Members, this is not a minor problem. This is a major problem in our state. The criminal activity with fake paper tags is at record levels, costing us millions of dollars. And I'm asking for your vote to eliminate fake paper tags in this state and get rid of paper tags. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 718. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 718 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1747. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1747 by Leach relating to the consequences of a criminal conviction on a person's eligibility for an occupational license.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Am I recognized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1747 will provide greater employment opportunities for people with a criminal history who have paid their debt to society. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1747. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1747 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1634. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1634 by Wally, relating to requirements for beneficial tax treatment related to a leasehold or other possessory interest in a public facility used to provide multifamily housing.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1634 would ensure that certain housing developments, like those using the status as a public finance corporation, that they are prohibited from discriminating against folks that use a public housing voucher. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1634. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1634 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2700. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2700 by Guillen, relating to prosecution of certain criminal offenses prohibiting sexually explicit visual material involving children.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the use of deep fake technology and AI has made it easier for predators to create explicit visual material involving children. HB 2700 clarifies that the creation, distribution, and possession of such computer-generated content is a criminal offense. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2700. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2700 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1939. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1939 by Raymond, relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles in Webb County.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1939 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2026. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2026 by Darby, relating to the Rural Veterinarian Incentive Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2026 seeks to update the Rural Veterinarian Incentive Program that passed last session. It expands the eligibility to include licensed graduate of an accredited college, increases the population bracket. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2026. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 115 ayes, 20 nays, HB 2026 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3497. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3497 by Morrison, relating to the requirement that certain persons taking oysters on a licensed commercial oyster boat obtain a commercial fisherman's license.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3497 is a bill to fix a conflict in the Parks and Wildlife Code. In the 85th session, House Bill 51 implemented a requirement for people working on commercial oyster boats to acquire a commercial fisherman's license. An exemption for the holders of commercial oyster boat captain license was not included. This directly conflicts with another section of the code that exempts commercial oyster boat captains from needing a general commercial fisherman's license to harvest. This bill would exempt holders of commercial oyster boat captain's license from also holding a general fisherman's license to harvest oysters, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3497. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3497 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4051. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4051 by Goldman, relating to population criteria for immediate production development zone recognition.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4051 removes the required population bracket concerning immediate production zones, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4051. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 4051 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 247. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 247 by Thompson of Harris, related to the consideration of a subsequent writ of habeas corpus in certain felony cases.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, member, this is a bill that would give the District Attorney Integrity Unit an opportunity to give a waiver for habeas corpus cases. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 247. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 247 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1552. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1552 by Guillen, relating to a trust beneficiary's approval of a trustee's accounting.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this sets settlement conditions for beneficiaries and trustees of trusts. And move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1552. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1552 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1832. The clerk will read the bill.
H 832 by Cassell, relating to authorizing the payment to employees of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for vacation leave.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, simple bill seeking to give TDCJ the statutory authority to develop policy that can allow an employee to sell back up to 40 hours of unused vacation time. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1832. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1832 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1745. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1745 by Leach, relating to civil actions or arbitrations involving transportation network companies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about liability protection for our important transportation network companies. I do have a floor amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this amendment is a technical correction to fix a drafting error. I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Or objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is an important bill relating to liability protections for our transportation network companies. We've been involved, and I'm glad to report that we have reached agreement with the important stakeholders involved in this conversation. And with that, if there are no questions, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1745. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. We've all voted. There being 111 ayes, 25 nays, HB 1745 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1163. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1163 by Smith, relating to creating the criminal offense of boating while intoxicated with a child passenger, changing the eligibility for deferred adjudication community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates a new offense for state jail felony for boating while intoxicated with a child under 15. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1163. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1163 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3158. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3158 by Leach, relating to occupational licensing of inmates in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow a licensing agency to accept an application from an inmate imprisoned in TDCJ. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3158. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3158 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 19 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 19 by Murr, relating to the creation of a specialty trial court to hear certain cases, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 19 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 376. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 376 by Rogers, relating to a landowner's Bill of Rights statement in connection with the acquisition of real property through eminent domain.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 376 simply provides the landowner with another tool to report the decreased value for an owner's remaining property after a taking through eminent domain. I have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rogers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is just a very simple amendment. It adds the two words, if any, after decreased value. I move passage.
Mr. Rogers sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Rogers to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 376. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 376 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2230. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2230 by Canals related to the determination of the sufficient balance of the Economic Stabilization Fund for the purpose of allocating certain constitutional transfers of money to that fund in the State Highway Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone for the consideration of HB 2230 till on Thursday at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2414. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2414 by Frank relating to the relationship between a physician or healthcare provider and a health maintenance organization or insurer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows it does not force them, it allows a health insurance company or HMO to provide incentives for employees to shop for services. I move passage.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
That's the one I texted you.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think this is a great bill, but if anyone in this room grew up like I did, very poor, decreasing deductibles and giving incentives to people will increase health care and more people will do it. Mine changes it from may to shall. I move passage. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank in opposition to the amendment.
Members, while I appreciate what he's trying to do, I believe he's misreading the bill. This bill allows insurance companies to do this, to provide incentives. I think forcing them to do it is a mistake, and I would appreciate you voting against this amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
I have great respect for Representative Frank, but I respectfully disagree. I think changing it from may to shall makes them have to do it when there's lower cost providers. It forces them to have to reduce co-pays and deductibles, and I think it's important. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Division vote. Strike the board. A record vote has been requested. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting no. Have all voted? There being 9 ayes, 122 nays, the amendment fails. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2414. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 109 ayes, 21 nays, HB 2414 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Moody for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 2nd at 10:30 a.m. or on final adjournment recess for bill referral if permission is granted in room E2.016 to consider HJR 99 by Stuckey, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to certain persons arrested for an offense resulting in the death or serious bodily injury to a person younger than 18 years of age, SB 1518 by King, relating to the establishment of a terrorist registry, offender registry, and to the supervision of those terrorist offenders, creating criminal offenses related to terrorism, and HB 3197 by Frazier relating to the definition change for certain customer data communications and other information held in electronic storage in this state and other states by providers of electronic communication services and remote computing services.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2073. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2073 by Price, relating to the recovery of fuel and purchase power costs by electric utilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2073 applies only to the non-ERCOT areas of the state where the utility companies still own and operate generation as a function of their obligation to serve all customers in their service area. This bill would establish a more sensible and efficient process, would update fuel charges much more accurately and on a more frequent basis so the changes to customers' bills are much less drastic than they are today. The goal is to better synchronize the timing of the fuel expense with the recovery from customers, requiring smaller incremental changes on bills to reflect the changes in fuel prices. There is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Price.
Chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this floor amendment makes 3 changes. It eliminates a provision previously in the bill as filed that a utility shall earn the weighted average cost of capital on fuel balances that are deferred for a longer recovery period. Secondly, it provides more specific language to determine when a fuel charge increase is large enough to be deferred for a longer recovery period. And third, several provisions were improved to ensure the opportunity for a hearing under appropriate circumstances and ensure other customer protections. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Price sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Or objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Price to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2073. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2073 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1876. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1876 by Guillen, relating to the Rita Littlefield Chronic Kidney Disease Centralized Resource Center established within the Health and Human Services Commission.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates a chronic kidney disease centralized resource center within HHSC. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1876. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1876 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2170. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2170 by Garrett, relating to toll collections by a toll project entity.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garrett to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This simple bill requires toll project entities to properly notify toll TAC customers when there is a problem with the customer's automatic payment method, such as a credit card that is declined. The notice may be sent by first-class mail, email, or text. If notice is sent by first-class mail, it must clearly indicate on the outside of the envelope that this is a bill. This bill helps Texans avoid unpaid toll bills and associated late fees. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2170. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2170 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1914. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1914 by Cassell, related to compensatory time accrued by an employee of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2011, we allowed comp time to carry for a year. This bill simply gives correctional officers the opportunity to do it for 2 years. I move passage.
Question occurs on passes to engrossment, House Bill 1914. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1914 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays that on second reading, House Bill 2729. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2729 by Harris of Anderson, relating to staff member requirements for high-quality pre-kindergarten programs.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pre-K certification requirements bill, and I believe there's amendments.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
Chair recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses concern raised in committee that the legislation lowers pre-K quality by ensuring teachers with a child development associate credential or similar training to also have 2 years of experience in high-quality child care program to qualify to teach in a pre-K partnership classroom. Move adoption.
Representative Hefner sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernal to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does is recognize that what the representative is trying to do is respond to a crisis. But what the amendment does is it sets a sunset. It sets a 6-year sunset so we can see if we've come out of the crisis. Because if we have, then we can take the standards and raise them back. So I appreciate the spirit in which this is done. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Bernal sends up the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against House Bill 2729? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Harris of Anderson to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2729. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Harris of Anderson voting aye. Show Representative Price voting aye. Have all voted? 104 ayes and 38 nays. House Bill 2729 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3492. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3492 by Stuckey relating to county and municipal authority to impose certain value-based fees and require disclosure of certain information
Chair
related
recognizes Representative Stuckey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simple correcting amendment and removes the word lowest.
Mr. Stuckey sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Or objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3492 brings regulatory consistency to the calculation of permitting fees on developments. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3492. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3492 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3600. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3600 by Price relating to the establishment of the Texas Multimedia Production Program providing tax credits, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3600 until Monday, May 8th at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3418. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4381 by Ayala relating to the suspension of a money judgment pending appeal in a civil action.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4318 until Tuesday, May 2nd at 9 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris for a notice.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 7, Section 43, I give legislative days notice to call for the journal the motion to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 2162 as amended failed to pass engrossment.
The notice will be entered into the journal. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4375. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4375 by Van Dever relating to instruction in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the use of an automated external defibrillator in public schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2013, the legislature passed the Edmund-Kemple Act, which mandates that students in 7 through 12 receive CPR training. This bill is a cleanup bill that clarifies the existing statute to include AED, and I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Van Dever.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment just strikes the section that created the fiscal note, and it is acceptable to the author. I move passage.
Mr. Van Dever sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4375. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 4375 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4053. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4053 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to the contents of the personal financial statement filed by public officers of candidates.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we're all familiar with, our personal financial statement is an annual requirement for candidates and office holders. House Bill 4053 addresses a number of redundancies and simplifies this document while preserving its original intent of meaningful disclosure of conflicts of interest, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment puts in a $25,000 requirement of notice to make sure that we have transparency on different ethics, and I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slauson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment will just keep language related to bond counsel, so we ensure transparency there, and I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Slauson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to close on the bill.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4053. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 4053 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3196. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3196 by Johnson of Harris, relating to prompt payment deadlines for health benefit plan claims affected by a catastrophic event.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3196 until Thursday at 9 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3131. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3131 by Guerra, relating to the designation of a person who has an interest in the geothermal resources of an orphaned oil or gas well as the operator of that well.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3131 until 3 p.m. Thursday, May 4th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3056. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 729. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 729 by Huffman, relating to the cash balance benefit under the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a technical cleanup to Senate Bill 321, which we passed last session, that created a new Group 4 benefit structure. Senate Bill 729 does not offer substantive change, but it does reflect how ERS has implemented the Group 4 benefit structure process. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment offers additional technical changes to ensure the statute related to Group 4 annuity options conforms with the updated IRS guidance. The amendment also creates the ability for Group 4 members to reestablish prior state service, which is a benefit available for state employees that are in Groups 1, 2, and 3. And I move adoption of the
Dr. Bonin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of SB 729. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 729 is passed to third reading. Representative Bonin moves to lay House Bill 3056 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2984. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1004. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1004 by Huffman, relating to creating the criminal offense of tampering with an electronic monitoring device.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, bear with me a minute. I'd like to compare the House version with the Senate version, just so that you know what Senate Bill 1004 does. It alters the caption to include the "and to certain consequences on the conviction of that offense," allows a judge to order a sentence arising from the offense to run concurrent with the prior sentence to commence immediately. And I could go on and on, but it doesn't seem that it would be necessary. So at this point, I move for a passage, please.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1004 is passed to third reading. Representative Herrero moves to lay House Bill 2984 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2839. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2839 by Smithy, relating to a liquidity stress for certain insurance companies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides for a liquidity stress test for our larger life insurance companies. I would move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2839. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2839 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2893. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2893 by Clardy, relating to the procedures for transferring certain cases and proceedings between courts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, HB 2893 standardizes the methods by which county or court clerks transfer probate and guardianship matters. It requires court clerks to file case transfers throughout the state, grants additional rulemaking authority to the Office of Court Administration, and requires them to pass rules and forms under the Government Code. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2893. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2893 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2806. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2806 by Canals, relating to the relocation, adjustment, and ownership of commercial and outdoor signs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, 2806 supports property rights, protects small business, and saves the state money by allowing commercial signs to relocate without fees or expenses. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 2806. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2806 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3338. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 333A by Cole, relating to measures to prevent and respond to opioid-related drug overdoses, including policies and training regarding the use of opioid antagonists at student residences on campuses of public institutions of higher education, providing immunity.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 3338 is a bipartisan legislation meant to tackle the fentanyl crisis both in our state and on our college campuses. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3338. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3338 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5010. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5010 by Schofield, relating to the classification of a grievance filed with the State Bar of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill would require a person submitting a grievance against an attorney to have a cognizable individual interest in or connection to the legal matter or facts alleged in the grievance, and I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, the bill was supposed to allow for two-way appeal, so I had to strike 3 words that I forgot to strike in drafting it, and the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Schofield sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker?
Flores, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Schofield, my understanding is that you were trying to create an opportunity for folks who have a cognizable individual interest in or a connection to a legal matter before they're allowed to bring a grievance against an attorney. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I had talked to you about perhaps allowing that to be changed to somebody who has personal knowledge of a legal matter, such as a judge or maybe some other attorneys that are peripherally involved, or maybe even the staff at the at the courts. Would this prevent other folks from being able to bring a grievance against an attorney?
I couldn't hear the first. Would it prevent who?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Could you repeat the question?
Okay.
Just the last part. That would it prevent?
Well, so would this mean that other people who have knowledge of some unethical behavior against an attorney that are not a part of the actual case or legal matter, would they be prevented from filing a grievance against an attorney?
Yes, the issue is over the last few years, grievances have become weaponized, not just here, but across the country. We had in New York a group that just kept going out and filing grievances against prosecutors for cases they have nothing to do with because they don't like prosecutors and they don't like criminal law. So the purpose of the bill is to make sure the person filing the grievance actually has an interest in the case. Now, it's not limited to just the client. It could be somebody in close connection to it. And you and I had discussed as we go forward with the bill, working on something maybe to allow the judge or a lawyer involved in the case to participate. And I'd be more than happy to work with you on that as we go forward.
Okay, so we can work on something perhaps on the Senate version to perhaps broaden this a little bit, but not so much that it would be not acceptable to you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and I commit to you, I'll work with you on that.
Okay, thank you. Can we reduce this to writing, please, or to the record, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
So, Representative Schofield, sorry, I just started following the discussion back and forth here. Your bill narrows the universe of people who can file a grievance. Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, not who can file it, but effectively, because once the disciplinary council receives the grievance, they classify it either as a complaint or an inquiry. And if you fall into the inquiry category, we don't go forward with the investigation, but we do go forward with a mediation, which has been very helpful.
If a lawyer who's an officer of the court sees something that is unethical or observes behavior, even if they're not associated with a particular matter in controversy, they have an affirmative obligation to report that behavior. How does your bill work with that affirmative obligation as an officer of the court?
Where you don't take it is to act against somebody's license. We have, throughout this legislature, we have anesthesiologists. We don't have any dentists at the moment, so I'll use dentists as an example. If somebody doesn't like a public stand a dentist is taking who's in the legislature, they can't really file against their dental license as a result of it. But we are seeing, and the example I use, which is rampant, is in New York State, where folks who don't like prosecutors are filing bar grievances against the license of prosecutors for cases they have nothing to do with, and really just finding a case to file on them. It's not, I don't like the way you handle the Jones case. It's just, we have an organized program of filing grievances against people because we don't like what they stand for.
I understand that, and certainly that would be an improper motivation. But as an officer of the court, if I saw in my law firm, if I saw outside of my law firm and in a courtroom, a member of the bar engaging in unethical behavior, I have an affirmative obligation as an officer of the court to report that behavior. Would this limit my ability to file a grievance based on that observed behavior?
To do it as a grievance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5010. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 90 ayes, 44 nays, HB 5010 is passed to engrossment. You want to do this?
The chair lays out on second reading HB 4990. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4990 by Bonner, relating to the creation, management, and administration of the Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4990 addresses our state's pharmaceutical costs from a state agency perspective. Each year, the state of Texas, through various agencies, be it ERS, TRS, TDC, and others, spends several $1 billion on medications. Americans spend roughly double on medications what people pay around the world for those same pharmaceuticals. So in this legislation, for the purposes of state agencies, we're creating a transparent pharmacy benefit manager, a potential for manufacturing partnerships to produce and distribute both generic and specialty prescription medications. And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this is a perfecting amendment that makes clear that managed care organizations that are already contracting with the state have the option to participate in the pharmaceutical initiative. Is it acceptable to the author? I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the author's amendment. Chair hears them. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Toth.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Big Pharma charges Americans ridiculously high, exorbitant rates, subsidizing the rest of the world for the research that we do. I love this bill. This amendment simply sets up a sunset provision along with the rest of all other agencies and acts for a 12-year sunset review, and it's acceptable to the author. Move passage.
Mr. Toth sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to that amendment. Chair hears them. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment of HB 4990. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Dr. Bonin voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Mr. Toth voting aye. Have all members, Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 11 nays, HB 4990 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4843. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4843 by Holland, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of unlawful possession of a firearm by a person convicted of a felony.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4843 until 8 a.m. Thursday, May 4th.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. Ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4906. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4906 by Hefner, relating to the authority to obtain certain search warrants of certain peace officers for school districts, state institutions of higher education, and public technical institutes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would accomplish a simple technical fix to a statute where it appears a particular group of peace officers, those employed and commissioned by educational institutions, were omitted from the list of officers authorized to apply for search warrants seeking certain kinds of electronic evidence. Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment HB 4906. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4906 passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4692. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4692 by Morrison, relating to the offense of selling or purchasing shark fins or products containing shark fin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4692 until Friday, May the 5th at 9 a.m.
Members heard the motion. News or objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4696. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4696 by Noble relating to transferring certain investigations of abuse, neglect, and exploitation to the Health and Human Services Commission and the on-site investigation and survey of certain providers by the Health and Human Services Commission.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is to help address the backlog of investigations in long-term care facilities that began as a result of COVID. At our Human Services Committee's organizational hearing back in February, we learned that the backlog of over 10,000 complaints. On behalf of our committee, I began working with the Health and Human Services Commission and the Department of Family and Protective Services on how to begin to unravel this backlog. This bill is one of the results of that effort. House Bill 4696 seeks to streamline investigations of regulatory noncompliance and investigations of abuse, neglect, and exploitation in all long-term care settings. It will increase efficiency, eliminate duplicative on-site visits for providers, and help address an unprecedented backlog of long-term care complaints. It's not a quick fix, but it will begin the process of clearing the backlog. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4696. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4696 passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5125. The clerk read the bill.
HB 5125 by Metcalf related to the organization and operation of the legislative branch of state government.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a biennial legislative housekeeping bill that we do every session. It ensures the internship programs are not covered by the contribution moratorium, makes it clear that state agencies are responsible for administrative support of a committee created by statute, pays those expenses unless otherwise specified by the writer. We also clarify that each house can pay the expenses of any public member or any interim committee and codify our longstanding practice of reducing the number of physical copies of the agency reports required and filed by the Legislative Reference Library. We do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a perfecting amendment that corrects two drafting errors. It inserts language that was omitted from the committee substitute that clarifies that the Speaker is acting as administrative head of agency. It also makes a clarification to ensure that all existing internship programs are included in this bill. I move adoption.
Mr. Metcalf sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Metcalf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing of engrossment HB 5125. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 5125 is passed. Engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2088. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2088 by Busey relating to the regulation of the practice of pharmacy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a pharmacy cleanup bill from Kevin's Law, House Bill 1935 that we passed last session. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing of engrossment HB 2088. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2888 is passed engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1890. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1890 by Jeton relating to the operation of a hospital at home program by certain hospitals authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1890 authorizes Texas hospitals to participate in Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services acute hospital care at home program permanent basis. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1890. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1890 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1632. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1632 by Paul relating to standardized training for election officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this requires the Secretary of State to provide standardized training and a handbook for election workers. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1633. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have HB 1632 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1651. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1651 by Cook relating to the eligibility for custodial officers service in the Employees Retirement System of Texas of juvenile justice officers employed by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 1651 simply brings juvenile correction officers into the same retirement plan as the correctional officers at TDCJ. Move passage. The
question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 1651. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1651 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 667. The clerk read the bill.
HB 667 by A. Johnson of Harris relating to the licensing and regulation of music therapists required an occupational license authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, music therapists often work in practice to address a diversity of diagnoses and settings where clinical training and experience are necessary. This bill will protect patients by requiring a music therapy license to make sure that they are getting the best care possible and prioritize client health. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment, HB 667. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting nay. Show Mr. Harrison voting nay. Ms. Swanson voting nay. Have all members voted? There have been 77 ayes and 65 nays. HB 667 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 621. The clerk read the bill.
HB 621 by Shaheen relating to creating a temporary educator and certification for certain military service members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 621 helps to address the current teacher shortage by allowing veterans who have been honorably discharged to gain temporary teaching certificates by allowing them to apply their years of military service towards certification requirements. Mr. Speaker, we do have an amendment.
Is Ms. Hinojosa on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment puts our veterans exactly where we need them, and that's in our career, technology, and education programs in our public schools. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Hinojosa sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Mr. Shaheen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment HB 621. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 34 nays, HB 621 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 78. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 78 by Ortega related to the authorization by referendum of an optional county fee on vehicle registration in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ortega to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 78 is a local bill which allows El Paso County Commissioners, subject to voter approval, to impose up to an additional $10 fee in order to fund long-term transportation projects which are included in the plan approved by the MPO. I believe that there is an amendment and it is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lujan.
The chair will recognize Mr. Lujan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment allows Bexar County to be included under the bill, and this bill is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Lujan sent the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Ortega to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs to pass on the engrossment of HB 78. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 78 is passed to engrossment. Is Mr. Sherman on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 1524. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1524 by Sherman relating to the use of body-worn cameras by correctional officers.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. It's an honor to lay House Bill 1524 out for my good friend, Representative Sherman. Members, the basic purpose of this bill is that it would require TDCJ correctional officers to wear a body camera while on duty. This obviously will result in less violence in prisons, greater transparency, safety, accountability. And I will tell you, from my perspective, members, I represent the Collins family in Cypress, Texas. This was the family, the grandfather, the grandsons, and their friends who were murdered by an escaped convict who had a weapon that was passed to him, which allowed him to escape. And I know for a fact that had body cameras been available and been required, I believe the Collins family would still be alive today. So I respectfully ask for you to vote for this bill and stand with me and Representative Leo Wilson and Representative Sherman, and let's get this done. Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment to HB 1524. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1524 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 875. The clerk read the bill.
HB 875 by Harrison, relating to a campus of the Texas State Technical College System located in Ellis County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Texas...
Hold on. The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to lay out his very first House bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Texas State Technical College currently operates a campus in Red Oak, Texas. In response to local requests in my district, HB 875 gives TSTC the statutory authority to operate additional sites.
Mr. Schaefer, what purpose?
To operate additional sites in Ellis County. This is a big win for Ellis County employers and the great public schools that I am proud to represent. Move passage.
Mr. Schaefer, what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely not.
Representative Harrison, people are not sure about what you did for a living before you came. People are really in the dark about what your job was before you got to the Texas legislature. Can you please inform us what you did?
That is a very complicated question, Representative Schaefer. I've heard this concern too. I don't know, how much I can say about that or not say about that. It's a very confusing topic.
Mr. Harrison, do you have a staff member videoing this exchange right now? And how fast will this go up on Twitter after we're done?
Are you suggesting I delete the saved tweet?
Mr. Harrison, were you able to postpone all your media interviews in order to lay this bill out?
Representative Schaefer, any opportunity to spend time with you on the floor of the Texas House, I will postpone anything and everything.
Well, I think you've got a good bill, and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a
gentleman
question?
yield for questions.
For Representative Toth.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Harrison, what is your excitement about working for the Biden administration in the West Wing?
That's also a complicated question, Representative Toth. And I question the germaneness as to my bill. I'm sorry.
Will the gentleman yield?
For Representative Swanson, always.
Thank you.
But to be clear, only for questions, though.
Ms. Swanson, for what purpose? Say that again, I'm sorry.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I wanted to know whether you have been timed on your speed of running down the middle aisle and around and over to your desk last session, because I'm pretty sure it was a world record.
I will tell you, I don't know that anybody was the official timekeeper with in the fourth day to go in the last special session last time, but I will thank you from the bottom of my heart for leading the entire cheerleading section for me to make that lap around the floor. Thank you, Representative Swanson.
Yes. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, Mr.
Gentleman yields
Chairman.
for questions.
Mr. Harrison, you came in at the very tail end as a member of the Texas House, right? The third special session, is that correct?
That is correct to the best of my memory, Mr. Chairman.
So you spent a little bit of time during third special session didn't get to go through the initial phases of a session, right?
That is correct.
So this was 2023 was your first opportunity to engage in the debate on House rules. Is that correct?
That is also correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and that took place on January 11th of this year. Is that correct?
That sounds right. That
Okay,
sounds
and
right.
I was taking note, as I tend to do. I saw that you were a co-author of Amendment Number 3 of H.R. 4 on January 11th. Do you recall being a co-author of that amendment?
I have no reason to doubt you, but my memory is not that precise.
It was an amendment about the partisanship of chairs.
Oh, my goodness. We're going way back in history here, Representative Moody.
Well, I know we didn't get an opportunity to vote on that, but now you did get sent to 2 different committees, and you ended up with, one Democratic chair and 1 Republican chair. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and which one of those chairmen made you the chairman of a subcommittee?
That would be
Democrat or the
Representative
Republican?
Joe Moody of El Paso.
All right. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Moody, do you wish to have those remarks placed in the journal?
Mr. Speaker, members, I move passage. All right, thank you.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 875. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 875 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2134. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2134 by Timish, relating to regulation of massage therapists and massage establishments by political subdivisions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
House Bill 2134 would give cities the ability to implement certain regulations on massage establishments where there have been 3 or more arrests or a conviction for certain human trafficking, related offenses, organized crime, or money laundering that have occurred at this location. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Timish.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the amendment.
This amendment clarifies that political subdivisions can regulate the hours of operation of an establishment only when the establishment meets the criteria outlined in the bill. I move adoption of the amendment.
Ms. Timish sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's an objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to close on the bill.
This bill gives cities not only in my district but across the state the tools necessary to continue to combat human trafficking. Please join me in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 2134. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2134 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1884. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1884 by Bojani, relating to persons authorized to conduct a marriage ceremony.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bajani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all Texans, regardless of their religious practice, deserve to be married by their faith leader. Current law authorizes Christian ministers, Jewish rabbis, certain officers of religious organizations, and judges to conduct a marriage ceremony. HB 1884 clarifies that any person who is authorized by a religious organization can conduct a marriage ceremony. This would ensure all religious traditions have codified and equal authority to ordain a marriage. I'm grateful to my colleagues who have supported this legislation to protect our religious freedoms. Thank you, Chairman Alverson, Chairman Dutton, Vice Chair Lujan, Chairman Jeton, Representative Talarico, Representative Moody, and Chairman Leach. Members, if you support religious freedom, please vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass on the engrossment of HB 1884. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1884 is passed. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4381. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4381 by Deallo, related to the suspension of a money judgment pending appeal in a civil action.
The chair recognizes Mr. Diallo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4381 allows a judgment debtor with a net worth of less than $10 million to post alternative security for a judgment in limited circumstances. Current law requires cash bond of 50% of net worth of the judgment defendant, or $25 million, whichever is less. This could be economically devastating for a small business. They must post security in order to pursue their rights.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yield.
The gentleman yields.
Yes.
Mr. Diallo, welcome to Texas House, and I appreciate you having you as a desk mate. You know, previously, and there's a question to come, sir. Previously had privilege of sitting next to Representative Frullo from Lubbock, and then Representative Miles, now Senator Miles, and now I got you. Mr. King from Hemphill, and I ask you a question. Do you think it is, I know it's under consideration from sitting next to you and based on your performance as a desk mate over the last 4 months, talking to the journal clerk, do you think it's appropriate that we add sections to the aye and nay part of the journal, a section that may read page button?
Yes, I've had a problem with voting page a few times.
Would you consider yourself proficient at pushing the page button? Or maybe a category that says,
yes,
I was sitting at my desk and just forgot to vote for everybody around me, including myself.
Yes. Correct.
So you're saying that that's happened and that would be under consideration to add to the journal?
I didn't hear that. I'm not advised. I'm not advised.
Thank you, Mr. Diallo. Welcome to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. King of Hemphill, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative, I would like to know, following up on what Mr. Kemple said, when you hit that page button or every other button except the button you're supposed to hit, do you actually have blinders on, or are you simple? Is that what's going on?
I'm considerate of my desk mates and their health, and what I saw was maybe a need for some help, and I was proactive, thinking only of my desk mates.
Thank you. You have a good bill.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Or the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
The gentleman yields.
Yes. Is it true that your prior career was modern interpretive dance?
It was.
That is
with a specialty in river dance.
Oh, there's some visuals that you have trouble with.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Holland, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
The gentleman yield for a couple of questions. He yields for questions.
Mono, I have two questions for you. One, what is your profession that you're in now?
I'm a lawyer.
You're a lawyer. Were you ever a professional wrestling, like a WWE promoter or anything like that?
It's always been a dream of mine, but I haven't pursued it yet.
Well,
emphasis on yet.
You would fit really in well with the WWE because you kind of walk around the house floor like Vince McMahon sometimes. And the last thing is there's a and I'm gonna have to kind of scold you on this one a little bit, but there's a tradition in the Texas House that if you're going to steal a staff member from another member, you have to call them first and ask them if you're going to do that. So you're already 5 months into the session, but just if you're ever going to steal somebody's staff member, you should call them first.
I'm not advised.
That one was for Alex.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4381. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4381 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out HB 476 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 476 by Jones of Harris, relating to the release of certain defendants detained in jail pending trial.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 476 closes the current loopholes.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
So I wanted to ask you, we were talking earlier today and you seemed a little concerned about getting up there by yourself at that front mic. Was it because at first you were afraid you were petrified?
I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I said earlier we were talking before you started your bill, and you seemed to be concerned about standing up there by yourself. It seemed as though at first you were afraid and you were petrified. Is that right?
No.
Kept thinking that you could never stand up there without them by your side. But then you spent so many nights.
No, he wants to do like karaoke.
But you
or something.
survived, right? You will survive.
I will. I will.
That's the best I can do.
He was singing lyrics.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, for
She
questions.
yields for questions.
Representative Jones, did you know that you knew that your bill was on the floor today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this calendar had been set for a while, and you've known that your bill was going to be on the floor before today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, it would be fair to say like you had time to prepare for this. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And my question basically is, now I've known you for quite a while, and know that one of your characteristics is that you're extremely fashionable. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And knowing that you were having your first bill on the floor of the House, you dressed very conservatively. Is that fair? And
yeah,
you
for
did
me,
not
yes.
you did not deem to grace us. You did not feel it was fitting to grace the rest of the body with a extravagant, beautiful, flamboyant, celebratory, amazing outfit to wow us on your first bill.
Are you trying to say that I'm not wow today? Because I wore my big earrings.
In all the years I've known you, I would say this is the most toned down I have ever seen Jolanda Jones.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome to the House.
Thank you.
With Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for
Will
questions?
the lady yield for questions?
For questions,
Yields.
yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
is it true that I heard you were a valedictorian?
No, magna cum laude.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
No, magna cum laude.
Is it true that you're a track athlete?
Yes.
Can you tell us the level of competition that you were at in track?
I ran track for the United States track and field team and won 4 United States championships and traveled all over the world. Oh, and I also I held a state record of the high jump for a long time.
So when I call you Superwoman, that's what I'm referring to, right?
If you say so, absolutely, whatever you say.
Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Niabi Criado, for what purpose?
does the lady yield?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Absolutely,
She
4
yields.
questions, Madam Chair.
She does yield.
Thank you. And Representative, I'm looking at your bio that's on the Texas Legislature website, and it's very interesting. And, I'm seeing some stuff that you've been on reality TV shows, correct?
Yes.
Which reality TV shows have you been on?
Survivor and Sisters-in-Law.
Okay. And in addition to that, it says that one of your books was an Amazon bestseller, correct?
Yes.
And what was the name of that book?
The name of my book is Owning My S period, H period, I period, T exclamation point, which stands for Suffering Hardship and Internalizing Trauma.
Okay, very well said. And also, you serve on a committee, right? Which one is your favorite committee in the Texas House that you're serving on?
This is a trick. You know what? County affairs and public health, I love them both.
But which one's your favorite?
They're favorites for different reasons. So,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher for a purpose.
Lady yield for questions.
With Lady
for
yield
questions,
for questions.
yes.
Representative, is it true that you're related to Grace Jones?
No, I wish I was and I had her money.
Well, there are members back here, Representative, who said that you were related to Grace Jones, and we were all excited. Are you sure?
I'm positive.
How tall are you, Representative?
How what?
How tall are you, Representative?
6 foot barefooted.
6 foot?
Taller than you.
Well, we know that. Sounds like you are qualified to serve. How's the weather up there?
You know, if you get on that ladder they use whenever we take pictures, you might understand.
Representative Manuel told me you're in a different time zone up there. What time zone are you in?
Whatever one he's in. You're wrong for that, though, you know.
I understand you saved 5 lives. Is that true?
Yes, I have.
How?
Well, I've saved a number of lives, but the one that I'm probably the most proud of, I won a Hero Award. My son and I saved a young lady named Megan Kaplan. She was road raged off of a highway. Her car fell 100 feet. It caught fire some kind of way. I was able to figure out how to get her out. I broke her out and ran with her, and the car blew up.
Representative, have you ever heard of Rule 18?
I'm not advised.
You're fixing to.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Speaker. Well, before, Mr. General, the chair would like to point out that the gentlemen in the back who have sunglasses on are not in any way related to the men in black. They were actually old dudes who had their eyes dilated and not in any way mystified here. Mr. Tenderholt, for a purpose.
Raise a point of order according to Rule 18, Section 3 on this bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. There is no Rule 18. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Funny.
Question, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the author?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Does the gentlelady yield for questions? She yields for questions.
For questions, Mr.
I actually don't
Mr.
have
Chair.
questions. I'm just a really huge Survivor fan. I've been wanting to do this all session. 150 members, 140 days. 1, Jolanda Jones. Welcome to Texas.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 476.
There's a record vote.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson Harris to explain the amendment.
So, Representative Jones, welcome to the Texas House, and what a way to start your first bill with actually something that is incredibly substantive. So this is a bill that recognizes that people should not be held in custody longer than the amount of time that they can serve. There was a question around the issue of Class Cs, and so what this amendment does is cut out the Class C portion of her bill to ensure that it is addressing the issue of Class Bs, Class As, third-degree state jail, and all the rest. For those that have a concern, what her bill would do on a Class B is if you're charged with a first-time DWI, your maximum punishment is 180 days. If you are sitting in jail for 180 days waiting for the DA to be ready, this bill would say you're going to get out until you have to come back for your trial, because we're not going to force you to serve a longer time than your sentence because your DA is not ready. But her bill also acknowledges that if there are enhancements, so somebody is a habitual offender, then you're going to be up to the maximum time. So if that bumps it to a Class A, if it's a state jail that bumps it to from a 6 months to 2 years to a 2 to 10 or 2 to 20, there is a high ceiling for those that are charged with offenses that we may be worried that we wouldn't want them to catch us up. So I appreciate you taking the amendment. Glad that you are filing this bill and look forward to voting yes on your first bill in the Texas House. So thank you.
Ms. Johnson, of Harrison's amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Ms. Jones and Harris to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment of HB 476. This is the record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting. Show the entire freshman class voting. Ms. Johnny voting aye. Ms. Polisa voting aye. Mr. Harrison voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Mr. Baumgartner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes and 42 nays, HB 476 passed the engrossment. The chair lays out HB 2568 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2568 by Hayes, relating to a study of the acreage of Carrizo cane on the international border of the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to lay out his very first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members in the gallery. The bane is cane.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Hayes, which county are you from?
Denton County.
You're from Denton County?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you part of our new strong delegation of 5 members from Denton County?
That is correct.
Is it true that you hate chorizo?
That is the rumor.
Why do you have a bill that outlaws chorizo in the state of Texas?
Well, it's made out of intestine of a cow.
And that's why you hate it?
That's correct.
And are we sure that chorizo is made out of that? Does anyone really know?
That's how the member is advised.
So
that's the smell I smelled.
What's the penalty for eating chorizo under your bill?
It's Carrizo cane.
I'm sorry?
Carrizo, not chorizo.
This bill's not about chorizo?
Cane. Yeah.
I'm embarrassed. Mr. Hayes, thank you for being here. You're a wonderful member of the Texas House. We're glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, so it's been a pleasure being your desk mate this session.
Thank you.
And on the very first day I met you, you distinguished yourself, and you share in common with a dear friend of mine a very distinguishing history in your time here. Do you know, and that would be Ana Maria Ramos. Do you know what it is that you happen to share with Representative Ana Maria Ramos?
I drink heavily. I don't recall.
You drink. Well, I'll inform you that you share with Ana Maria Ramos the 2 people who did not vote in the speaker's race.
Yes.
This session. Did you know that?
I knew it at the time because I was punching the button so many times I about got a blister on the end of my finger.
I know, Representative, probably nobody tried harder to vote for our current speaker than you did. I think you pushed that button about 100 times. And I'm sorry you had to start off your session that way. I am very glad, though, that you have joined us in Commie Corner in the back corner of the House floor. And I'm so thankful that you took what was the last seat on the floor of the House, which was right by me. You've been an excellent desk mate, and I'm glad you joined our House.
Thank you. Thank you.
The chair would like to see that blister first of you trying to vote for the speaker. Mr. Hayes? I don't see a blister there.
Yeah.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Been 4 months.
Yield for
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yeah.
Gentleman yields.
The gentleman will yield for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hayes, you may not know this. 2014 or so, I was in a race against Dennis Paul. Are you aware of that?
I do know that.
Do you know that you donated money to me?
That is...
Or rather, you donated against Dennis Paul?
only supported you. I did not unsupport Dennis.
Okay, thank you.
And why would you have supported him over me?
I knew him.
You knew me.
All right, and then one final. How many grandchildren do you have?
8.
Can you name them all?
Yes, sir. Madeline, Charlotte, Alice. Those are the 3 girls. And then the other 5 are boys. And the oldest is Crosby and Bennett. And then we have Eli and Hayes. And then the youngest is Tripp.
Wow, that's great. I hope you remember the names of the members as well as you do your grandchildren. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Well, gentlemen, yield for questions.
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
He yields.
Mr. Hayes, now, are you a parliamentarian by trade?
No.
Are you a parliamentarian by hobby?
Yes, avocation.
Have there been any rulings of our parliamentarians that you've disagreed with? I withdraw the question. Withdraw the question. Withdraw the question.
Mr. Pursuit, that question is out of order according to the parliamentarians.
Now, strike his name. Mr. Hayes, you sit pretty far away from us over here on this side. You're kind of in the back corner. Is that right?
It's called Red Square.
I don't know if I can top that one. Mr. Hayes, welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rosendahl, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield
for questions.
Representative Hayes, can you tell us about your vocation? What do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
Would you consider yourself detail-oriented?
Yes, sir.
Do you think attorneys or engineers are more detail-oriented?
Engineers.
Well, I will say you keep meticulous records, and I've never had a desk mate vote me more accurately, so I truly appreciate your diligence, sir. And you're a fine gentleman. And we share, you have a relative in Houston, right?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I have 2 daughters. The number 2 daughter, Mary Ann Huffman, is a lawyer and on the Houston City Council. And my number 3 daughter is Kathleen. She's an OBGYN.
I'm sure you're very proud of both of them. I'm sure they're very proud of you. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
There's just several of us. We want to thank you. We want to tell you how great you were in Caddyshack.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment by Hayes.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is acceptable to the author of the bill. Move passage of the amendment. The amendment removes the water impact component of the bill, and it saves $1 million on the fiscal note.
Mr. Hayes, send an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to close on the bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Close.
The question of course on passing the engrossment of HB 2568. All in favor say aye.
Passage.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2568 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out HB 2933 as a matter of postponement of business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
Your Honor.
HB 2933 by DeRazio relating to ensuring certain adoptive parents may consent to medical care and access information regarding their child who is eligible for benefits under Medicaid.
The chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio to lay out his very first House bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, this bill proposes a statutory change ensuring, if applicable, both parents of adopted children can be listed as medical consenters and be able to provide and receive information on their child's Medicaid benefits. I move passage.
Oh, come on. Hey, easy there, Seabiscuit.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Well, gentleman, here for a question.
I'll yield for questions.
Now, Mr. DeRazio, what is your favorite color?
Blue.
Okay, okay. What's your favorite number?
10.
Okay. What does your bill do again?
Our bill, it proposes a statutory
A tort or a
change
stort or a
to
store?
allow both parents to be able to make medical decisions for their adopted children with
Okay.
Medicaid.
Okay. Anybody testify against your bill?
No.
Did you scrub your bill for a point of order?
Please bring your report of order down front.
No.
Yes, we scrubbed it.
Well, good, because I got nothing. Thank you, Mr. DeRazio. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield.
Gentleman yield.
Mr. DeRazio, I'm not going to give you the freshman grilling that it gets stale, but I will say this. Is it true or not true that before you and I met, when you were campaigning, you would have thought that you and I had nothing in common? Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it true or not true that when you and I first met and we were discussing the bills we had filed, I had one or two that you were surprised that you liked? Is that not true?
That is correct.
And is it true or not true that despite our differences, because we're both from Bexar County, we want the best for our community? Is that right?
That's correct.
Happy to work with you. Welcome to the Texas House.
Mr. Brown, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs in passing on engrossment HB 2933. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2933 passed on engrossment. The chair lays out HB 19 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 19 by Murr, related to the creation of a specialty trial court to hear certain cases authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, Texas's legal system has been highly specialized for decades. We are one of only 2 states with specialized high courts, and over the years, we in this body have seen fit to create specialty courts to handle everything from probate issues to family, juvenile, and veterans cases. But unlike 30 other states, we do not have a court focused solely on resolving complex business disputes. We as a body have also invested significant time and resources into making Texas a national leader in job creation and attracting employers to our state. But once these companies are here, our current court system simply isn't set up to handle their complex business disputes efficiently for several reasons. Commonly, state law correctly prioritizes several types of cases, such as child protection orders and criminal cases, but that also means that business cases take the back seat. Second, once these cases are heard in our courts, they are often highly complicated and are best suited for jurists with deep backgrounds in transaction law. The business court would have jurisdiction in 3 types of cases having a requisite amount of controversy: actions regarding corporate governance disputes, actions arising out of certain contracts or commercial transactions, and actions seeking injunctive or declaratory relief related to 1 and 2. Under no circumstances would the business court have jurisdiction in personal injury or wrongful death actions. And unless all parties and a judge agree, DTPA cases, cases brought against or by a governmental entity, cases under the Estates Code and Family Code, among others, are not within the court's jurisdiction. I have several perfecting amendments that I'd like to lay out and discuss as well.
Members, we are waiting on an amendment to be drafted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment amends the definition of qualified transaction to exclude banks and other financial institutions. It also further breaks down the jurisdiction scope of the court. You'll have a paragraph B that deals with concurrent jurisdiction on corporate governance issues with an amount in controversy of $5 million. Separately, with concurrent jurisdiction in controversies exceeding $10 million on contract and commercial disputes, including those arising out of a qualified transaction or in which the parties contract and agree to be part of the jurisdiction. Further, it has a separate section for concurrent jurisdiction dealing with injunctive or declaratory judgment relief when there's not necessarily an amount in controversy. It explains that supplemental jurisdiction occurs only with agreement of all parties to the claim and the judge. Finally, it explains that the court does not have jurisdiction unless it falls under supplemental jurisdiction for a civil action brought by or against a governmental entity to foreclose on a lien of real or personal property, a claim arising out of antitrust violations or DTPA, the Estates Code, the Family Code, Chapters 541 and 542 of the Insurance Code, mechanics and materialmen's liens, and the Texas Trust Code, the production or sale of a farm product, claims relating to a consumer transaction, and then finally, it expressly provides that the business court does not have jurisdiction over medical malpractice claims, legal malpractice claims, or damages for bodily injury or death. Move adoption.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I just want to take a quick moment to thank Representative Murr for all of his hard work on this bill. You know, we fight a lot in this House, we argue a lot, but it is so refreshing to have a member who thoughtfully sits down, works with you to try to make the bill better and gives us a true seat at the table. And I just really want to thank him for that because I had that experience with him on this bill and I'm very grateful for that. So this is an amendment to the amendment that basically excludes insurance policies from contracts of adhesion that would apply to this bill, and I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson of Dallas sends an amendment to amendment. The amendment to amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair has done the amendment to amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Burrows.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the amendment.
This also deals with excluding insurance contracts. Believe is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Burrows sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to close on the amendment as amended.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment as amendment. Is there objection? Chair has done the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment further details the divisions of the court as provided and broken down by administrative judicial districts across the Texas. There are 11 of them. Move adoption.
Mr. Murr sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair has done the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment further clarifies both removal as part of a process and venue. Specifically, that if there's not an operating division of the court that includes a county of proper venue, then it would remain within the district court or the county court at law of that county of proper venue. Further says a party may not remove to a business court that is not within an operating division of the court, and further clarifies that the parties may have agreed notice of removal or a party must act within 30 days. Move adoption.
Mr. Murr sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
This amendment removes the provision of qualifications of serving as a law professor as a requirement for serving as a judge in the business courts. Move adoption.
Mr. Murr sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment further clarifies the process for appointment of judges, the terms, and the presiding judge, specifically that 2 judges can be appointed to the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 11th divisions, 1 judge each to the remaining divisions, and also provides a process in which the judges can select an administrative presiding judge. Move adoption.
Mr. Murr sends the following amendment to the amendment. The clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I do want to thank Mr. Murr for working with various members on some tweaks to this bill. But this is an amendment that's about something we couldn't come to a consensus on. And it's something very important that should be of concern to each and every one of you. And it's not a party line issue. It's about continuing to elect our judges. That's what we do, and that's what we've done for the entire history of our state. From a rural justice of the peace to the Chief Justice of our Supreme Court, each and every judge in Texas answers to the voters. HB 19 would turn that on its head for the first time in state history by allowing the governor to perpetually appoint the judges of these business courts. I say it's of concern to every member because big businesses have a presence in every single district. And when they get wrapped up in complex litigation, they're likely going to be pulled into these business courts and in front of judges who no voter ever approved or disapproved of. And if things don't go their way, those business interests are going to be looking at you and me in this vote here today. Members, we often talk about how unresponsive federal judges are because they are appointed. And here, not only are we going the same route, we're doing something even worse. These judges aren't lifetime appointees like the feds. These are appointed every 2 years. These aren't cases that are resolved in 2 years. So what that does is create two very real issues. First, you have conflicts of interest that will disrupt cases as appointees move on or off, have conflicts, and they'll move off the bench multiple times as these cases move forward. Second, and even worse, you're going to create an appearance of impropriety that will destroy public faith in these business courts. When a judge gets replaced by a hand-picked appointee mid-case, which is going to happen repeatedly under this bill, there's always going to be rampant speculation that the fix was in, even if everything was above board. I agree with the concept of higher qualifications for these judges, which is why the idea of appointments is being pushed at its core. But we can do that by amending our Constitution. We do that all the time. We even did it this session already with judicial age limits. It's the right way to do things and the way that we should do it here. Members, the bill as drafted is an end run around the Constitution. Let's do things the right way and not throw out nearly 2 centuries of Texas history. Vote with me to keep electing our Texas judges the way that we have always done it.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr in opposition to the amendment to the amendment.
I appreciate Mr. Moody's sincerity on this topic. Look, the purpose that we have before us is the idea that we're going to foster and create a judicial environment that is worthy of the business that is attracted to the great state of Texas. And when we talk about the process of appointing judges, we are trying to enhance and maintain enhanced qualifications so that those jurists really are the best that the state of Texas can offer that court system. We've already learned that it is unconstitutional to try to require the same level of qualifications to an elected judge. That's been determined by both the Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals. Short of a constitutional amendment, there is no way for us to have these enhanced qualifications that are contained in this bill. There is no similar prohibition for creating statutory requirements for appointed office. And so while I understand what Mr. Moody is saying, I think that we will all be well served by having appointed judges. I respectfully oppose his amendment to the
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
So you're opposing the amendment that Mr. Moody's proposing that we elect judges. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the reason you're opposing it is because we don't have a constitutional amendment which would allow the people to vote again the second time. So you don't have a constitutional amendment, so you want to do this without letting the people vote 2 times. So you're going to take away their right to vote for the judges because you don't want them to vote on this bill. Is that right?
No, my point is today, I don't have a constitutional amendment before you. I
Why
have
not?
legislation.
Why not? Why wouldn't we let the people of Texas vote on this issue? Why didn't you file a constitutional amendment?
I did not file a constitutional amendment. I filed House Bill 19.
Because you don't want the people to vote.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
would the member yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. He yields.
Representative Murr, thank you for your bill. I've given this a lot of thought, and I have a couple of questions I'd like to clarify. Would you agree that this court is a court that specializes in limited business and government matters?
Yes, with a narrow focus on jurisdiction for that purpose.
And do you agree that it would serve the litigants better to have a judge who specializes in those limited business and government matters?
I think in every case, every subject matter, it's always very helpful to the parties to have a jurist that is well-versed in what is before the court.
Now, the standards that are listed in the bill are the qualifications for the judiciary. Those are the minimum standards.
That is the minimum standards. That is correct.
And wouldn't you agree that wouldn't you agree that in an ideal world, you would want someone who has the qualifications that exceed those minimum standards?
Cannot disagree with your statement, sir.
And if you merely had an election, since we know we can't put different qualifications on this court as determined by the previous litigation, if you just put it out for election, that would not guarantee that you would have someone who meets that level of skill and expertise.
That is exactly right. So that's why in this bill, we talk about an appointment process with advice and consent of the Senate. So there is a method to approving the process in place and making sure that the people's elected representatives, being their senators, have an opportunity to weigh in on the selection process.
So the point you just made, that the governor would appoint and then the Senate would have to confirm those appointments.
Yes.
All right, and I think that's a very important check and balance. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your answers.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
So let me be sure I understand. The purpose of your bill is what? Why do we need the bill?
Well, Chairman, we have specialized courts that provide opportunities for litigants to focus on family issues and on juvenile issues, on probate issues, and on veterans issues. But Texas lacks a specialized court that focuses on complex business issues, unlike 30 other U.S. states.
But all the judges, all the courts you named have elected judges, right?
Yes.
And this one that you're proposing does not.
No, I'm proposing a statewide business court applicable to the state of Texas.
And why would the judges be appointed in this case, but not in the courts that you've just named?
In my layout, I addressed the challenges that Texas has in luring and retaining business, and the fact that many of those businesses simply choose to litigate their issues in other jurisdictions because those jurisdictions provide an opportunity for a specialized business court. Texas doesn't have that in place. But when we talk about the qualifications for what we would all agree should be there for a judge of the right caliber to handle those complex business transaction cases, the only way you can ensure that they are applicable is by putting them in statute for an appointed judge. You cannot put them in statute for an elected judge.
So that would mean you don't really trust the electorate?
No, I trust the process of this body laying out minimum criteria that we think are worthy of consideration for someone that seeks that appointment, that then the deliberations by the executive branch to select them, and then the advice and consent of the Senate to approve that decision. I trust that process.
But that's the same as saying that we'll set the qualifications, like we do for all courts, right? We have qualifications that judges must meet for every court we have, except JP courts. I mean, every other court, we have certain qualifications that the judge has to meet, correct?
You have minimum criteria for officials to run for office, including judges.
Yes, and then we go the next step and we trust the electorate to make that choice between those people. Is that right?
We also have a process that does not have a gatekeeper in the election process to ensure that our voters are fully aware of the background and qualifications of those that are on the ballot. And so that's a challenge in a state of 30 million people.
Well, even if that's true, the way to fix that is not by having just appointed judges, though. I mean, the way you would fix that is not at all by ensuring that, but by doing some other things that we could do to ensure that the electorate knows everything there is to know about a judge. And once we set the minimum qualifications, everybody who applies to be on the ballot for that judgeship is going to have to meet those. Is that correct?
In the bill that we have today and an amendment we're speaking on, we do have minimum qualifications that they have to be a licensed attorney practicing complex civil business litigation, practicing business law, business transaction law, or having served as a judge in this state with a civil jurisdiction. And so we are enhancing the criteria because we as a body and we as a state want to ensure that our jurists are well qualified. And when we talk about a specialized business court, I believe that this is one of the best ways to handle that.
But wouldn't it be a better argument if you, as you said, we have all these qualifications, but we leave it up to the voters in Texas to decide which judge they'd like rather than have one that's appointed by someone?
I believe that what I've put forth in the bill in front of you and the amendment that we're discussing is a great opportunity to advance a business court for the state of Texas.
And so you would run over the electorate to do that?
No, sir, I'm not running over the electorate. There's still an opportunity for their executive branch of government, which is our governor, and the advice of the consent of the Senate to weigh in on those decisions. In addition to that, the structure that we have before us is created by division. So importantly, it recognizes the fact that you want to have a judge from different regions, and that judge considers that region home. So for example, we don't necessarily have all our judges consolidated from one urban area. They are going to be from the divisions that are broken out. And that provides an opportunity for both the litigants and the practitioners before that court to feel very comfortable.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, could I make a motion to extend his time?
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And what's troubling to me is all of the things you said essentially are true, but you then get to the point where how do judges get there, and you say that the best way for them to get there is for them to be appointed by the governor. And that's where I kind of fall off the track with you, because I'm not so sure. I remember having a conversation with H. Ross Perot once, and we were talking about the State Board of Election of Education. And we took it in House Bill 72 from being elected to being appointed. And at the end of that, we had promised voters we'd go back to being an elected system, but he wanted to keep it appointed. And he started making all these arguments about it. And what occurred to me was that I said, well, I guess we could have House of Representative members appointed too by the governor with approval of the Senate. And I don't know about you, but I probably wouldn't get appointed. But what bothers me is that I guess I have a greater trust in the foundation of our democracy, which is the electorate, than I do just placing it on the governor to make those appointments. And you're convinced otherwise, right?
I believe that what I provided you today, both in the form of the amendment that we're discussing as well as the bill, is a great opportunity to establish a business court in Texas that stands head above the rest as far as the qualifications for jurists on the court.
Well, okay, thank you, Mr. Murr. I just have a fundamental disagreement with that because I don't think that's the best way for us to get there, because I think, as Mr. Moody has said, whoever prevails in one of these courts, the loser is always going to have to wonder whether the referee was on the side of the winner, was playing with the team of the winner, simply because they happen to be appointed. And you take all that away if you would simply have the electorate be the group that provides these judges. And if you don't do that, what's going to happen is that we're going to have a justice system that is now turned on its head, because we could do this with almost every industry you can think of, and we could appoint judges for it. Yes, Ms. C is pointing out that I just voted for Mr. Leach's bill that had qualifications in it. But my point to you, I'm trying to help the bill, I think, because I think it would really help this bill if somehow or another the people of Texas were absolutely involved in it, other than being juries. You're going to let a jury come in, right? You'll be able to have jury trials, right?
Yes.
So ultimately, jurors are going to be selected from where?
From the county of the venue that's described and figured out by the parties at the beginning of their process.
Exactly, but those are not the people we entrust to get the judges there. But we entrust them to make the decision about whether or not, one side ought to win or prevail, or what the amounts ought to be. But we're not going to give them the same opportunity in electing those judges?
The plan that I have laid out in this bill, I think, is really going to provide an outstanding opportunity for Texas to stand above the rest, like 30 other states out there, with a business court of our own.
And so we'll have a 12-member jury, I assume, 12-member panel on the jury, right?
The requirements for that have not changed. That is correct.
Right. And so we're going to let that 12 people decide it, but decide who wins and who loses, but we can't let 30 million people decide who the referees are.
And I think you place a lot of emphasis on that, but we can fundamentally disagree with that, Mr. Chairman. But I'll point out that we have retired judges that come and work the bench. We have visiting judges.
Yes.
If I have a contested probate matter in a rural county, and let's be honest, the state is full of rural counties.
Correct.
A party can request a statutory probate judge be appointed to review and oversee the contested portion of that probate proceeding. And that probate judge is not elected by any of the folks in that county. They're typically going to come from another place in the state, or they're going to be a retired judge sitting on senior status. So my point is that while you have placed a great deal of focus on who is sitting on the bench as the referee, the focus really is on the parties, their access to an expedient and efficient and knowledgeable court process. And at the end of the day, if they want their time in front of the jury, they're going to do that in the venue that is proper for that case.
Well, I still think that I'd rather have 30 million people deciding who the referee is, rather than just 12 people deciding who wins and who loses. But thank you.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question or two?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Mr. Murr, anytime any position is elected, who is that person accountable to?
Presumably the voters, I believe, is how you would want me to answer your question.
You being elected, me being elected, anybody in this room, the governor of the state, lieutenant governor, attorney general, every other judge in the state of Texas since the beginning of this state is elected. And who are they accountable to? Their electorate. Is that true?
So I understand that
yes or no, please.
Elected positions answer to their constituents. That is correct. The process I've laid out in front of you includes an advice to the consent of the Senate, and that is also part of the elected process.
If we elect these judges, like Mr. Moody's amendment suggests that we do, if the electorate is unhappy with their performance in any way, what's their remedy?
For elected folks, the remedy can include not electing them in the next cycle. That is correct.
So they could be challenged. They could be in the judicial races that I've watched, and I'm usually a spectator in those things because I'm not a lawyer. They debate their qualifications. They talk about it. It is the central issue in the election of judges for most other positions. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
It's unfortunate that you're just a spectator in that process because a lot of times our electorate fails to really dive down on the qualifications of their judicial candidates.
So, but when they campaign, what's the central issue of those campaigns?
It's going to be whatever the central issue they make it as a candidate, and that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about their qualifications here that we would have for an appointee.
And I get that. And if the electorate found them unqualified or not in accordance with the wishes of the people, that's our opportunity to remove them. So one last time I'll say, if we, for the first time in the history of this state, decide to appoint judges, who then are those judges only accountable to?
I appreciate your gamesmanship. Yes, if you are elected, then you're accountable to your constituents.
If you're appointed,
however, your
who are you
constituents do have
accountable to,
sometimes a limited awareness and a limited amount of time, as you said, sometimes a spectator, in the qualifications of their judicial candidates, and they rely upon party affiliation, gender, or name recognition
you are appointed,
in the voting booth sometimes.
Who are you then accountable to?
Your point has been made. I have answered your question 3 times now.
If you're appointed, you're accountable to the appointer. Yes or no?
And also the Senate, which has advice and consent.
Very good. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, I do want to just distill this back down. And we heard a couple of different conversations in the discussion of this amendment. Yes, this bill seeks to do something new in an appointment process. And to be able to do it as an end run around the Constitution, it creates a perpetual 2-year appointment cycle. We do not have anything like this ever envisioned in our law in the history of Texas. If we want to do that, and here's the thing, I agree with this concept. I think we should have business courts in Texas. But if we're going to do them, we should do them correctly. And the correct way to do it is to amend our Constitution. We've done that multiple times this session. In fact, as it pertains to judges, we've done it this session too. We could bring an amendment. We can suspend and introduce a constitutional amendment tomorrow that says we want these judges to be board certified in civil trial law or civil appellate law, number of years on the bench as a district judge or as an appellate judge. Name it. You can name any qualification. And if we're concerned about having qualified judges sitting in these positions, and we don't want to make sure, we want to make sure that they're dealing with highly complex civil litigation the right way, we can do that. And we do it by asking the voters to put those qualifications on top of the judges. And then you have the Secretary of State verify those objective factors. If you're board certified, you're board certified. No one can fudge on that. If you've been practicing for a certain number of years in civil trial law, that's something you can't fudge on. You've either done it or you haven't. Those are verifiable, objective facts. And if we want an experienced and qualified judiciary and stay with the history of the state in electing judges, the way to do it is through a constitutional amendment that sends that to the voters. I would vote for that constitutional amendment. I think this body would overwhelmingly vote for that when they hear the case for why we need these courts and why we need these qualifications. But here we are dealing with a statutory provision that goes around the Constitution. This is the wrong way to do it. If we want to do it, let's bring a constitutional amendment. We can suspend tomorrow and bring a constitutional amendment to this floor very quickly. and do this the right way, have extremely high qualifications, and still protect the constitutional right to elect these judges.
Mr. Anchia, for a purpose.
Will the gentleman yield for just a few questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Joe. I think you made the case well. One of the things that was intriguing to me was the understanding that if litigants don't like the way a judge is ruling in their case, they are incented here to do really two things. One, slow play the case for a while if they don't like the judge, and then really appeal to the governor to replace the judge and donate to the governor, get very involved with the governor, and then ask that person be replaced. And I'm not talking about the current governor, any governor. These dynamics will exist, and it is very easy to extend a case for 2+ years if you just don't like the way the judge is ruling. To me, that's very dangerous. I think you highlighted it on your in your opening statement. When people really think about how this would work, it creates, at the very bare minimum, an appearance of impropriety, and at its worst, creates a lot of potential for impropriety itself.
Yeah, I think that's something that we do need to think about. And again, to your point, this isn't about the current governor or the current Senate and how they would advise and consent on these. This is about how this is going to go on forever.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity. And it's going to be these 2-year appointments forever. And whoever is at the helm is going to have this authority and this power. And I think that needs to be considered. If the goal, and I've sat in committee and I've listened to this actually for a couple sessions now, if the goal is to have highly qualified jurists, which should be everybody's goal, I agree. And we have specialized judges across the state. They're different. They're not quite this. They don't have statewide jurisdiction. That's very different here. But it's okay to have qualifications for our jurists. We've done it for forever, and we can always tweak and enhance that. And for this court, the right way to do this is a constitutional amendment and bring it forward. And let's put it to the voters and say, do you think that business courts and complex civil litigation judges or jurists in that arena should have X number of qualifications? I could think of 14 or 15 different ones. And then depending on that, you could actually see how many people would qualify in the state. And the governor would still get initial appointment power. That never goes away. But then at the first election, they stand for election. That's the way we've always done it, and that's the way we should continue to do it. I'd ask that you please stick with me in voting to continue to elect our judges, and with over 200 years of history of doing that in Texas. Thank you.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment to the amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption to the amendment to the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Moody voting aye, Mr. Murr voting nay, Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye, Mr. Leach voting nay, Mr. Meyer voting nay, Mr. Smith voting nay, Mr. Diallo voting nay, Mr. Vasut voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 63 ayes, 81 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption to the amendment. Pardon me. Mr. Murr sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
Members, this language simply substitutes out the current language in the bill regarding remote proceedings, and it is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Murr sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment requires the Office of Court of Administration to submit to the legislature a report on the number and types of cases heard by the business courts in the preceding year. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson of Dallas sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment would speak for, against, or on the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for question. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to close on the bill. Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for question?
Yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Hi. Yes, thank you, Mr. Representative Murr. I see that the bill has a negative fiscal note of $15 million plus almost $16 million. Does that fiscal note, are there funds currently in the appropriations bill that would cover that fiscal note?
To the best of my knowledge, those funds have been allocated, and I believe they're accounted for. The other point that I'll make to you is because of that fiscal note, especially with the 11 divisions that we've had, language in the bill phases in those divisions over the biennium. So it actually takes more than 2 years to effectively spend all those funds.
So would that money go towards for salaries, or does that also include infrastructure costs to create courtrooms for all these new district courts?
That's not intended for structure costs, as you mentioned. It allows for a single business court clerk to be housed out of Travis County. Congratulations. But it does go to the salaries and administrative costs to be able to handle each of those separate divisions.
So there is no infrastructure. There are no other. Where are these judges going to preside in all these districts? There's no infrastructure or courts courtrooms being created for them. Where are they going to preside over?
Well, in each division, work will be accommodating using OCA and local governments. What you talk about, though, are specific counties where venue may be applicable. So, for example, if you're going to have a jury trial and you have County A as the venue there, just like any other visiting judge, they will travel and use those existing facilities for their court cases. If they hadn't been in the business court to begin with, they would have been in that district court or that county court at law of that specific county of venue.
Well, I mean, wouldn't these business cases then bump other cases that are being tried in those particular counties? I mean, wouldn't this create more of a backlog for existing cases if these other courts now these new courts or judges are using these courtrooms?
No.
No?
I do not believe it would create a backlog. In fact, it works reversely. Right now, as I spoke earlier in my layout, when we have business cases that are before a court of general jurisdiction, you'll oftentimes see criminal cases, child protective orders that receive priority, disputes with election law, and other matters were always given priority in putting these cases at the backseat of the court's activities. So having a court that can give focus solely to those cases will actually move jurisdiction along.
But you're saying wouldn't these cases that are worth, $10 million be given precedence over other cases and put other people behind them?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Move passage.
The question occurs in passing engrossment to HB 19. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 19 is passed in engrossment. Members, the speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Guerin moves the House recess until 9 a.m. Tuesday. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands recessed.